Chapter 447. Fang Ping and the others were making a ruckus, but the Grandmaster powerhouses did not care. At that moment, everyone was still staring at the direction of Skygate City. After a moment of silence, Nan Yunue suddenly said, "These two brats are not allowed to enter the underground cavern in the future." Wu Quishan said indifferently, "There's such a saying?" Nan Yunue didn't say anything. Elder Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Elder Nan must be joking. However, little Wu, you should take it easy." He was too old to be provoked. If dozens of rank 9s exploded every few days, he would also collapse. Wu Quishan felt a little helpless at this moment. He smiled bitterly and said, "This is not easy to control." "How do I control it? Now that these two brats have entered the catacombs, they'll go wherever there are benefits. Even a rank 9 can't stop them. Do I dare to run under a rank 9's nose and pull them back?" Elder Fan also smiled. He paused and said, "Your divine weapon, don't use it for now." "Yes, I know." Nan Yunue and Zhang Weiyu looked at Wu Quishan at the same time. Nan Yunue seemed to think of something. She said in a low voice, 3 years ago, Skygate City was ambushed. Was it done by President Wu?" "Yes." "President Wu." Nan Yunue immediately frowned. "Next time don't act recklessly." Wu Quishan suddenly looked at her and said with a faint smile, "Fooling around? I don't quite understand what Minister Nan is saying. How is it messing around? I'm a rank 8 martial artist. What's there to be afraid of when I attack an enemy city? We are mortal enemies in the first place. I'm not even a rank 9 paragon. You said that if a rank 9 paragon makes a move, it might cause chaos. I'm not serious, right? Since that's the case, why can't I kill my way in?" "Chief Nan, I'm afraid that years of comfort have led you to misjudge the situation in the catacombs. In the eyes of the catacombs powerhouses, let alone a rank 8 like me, even you might not be able to cause any impact if you attack now." Nan Yunue furrowed her eyebrows, a bit unhappy as she said, "President Wu, you know what I mean. I'm not saying that you shouldn't go, but shouldn't you at least say something? You rashly attacked Skygate City, and this time it's the same. Your MCMAU students rashly caused a war between 100 Beasts Forest and Skygate City." Wu Quishan smiled and said nothing. Tian Mu suddenly said impatiently, "Shut up! What the F***CK do you know? It's best if we fight." "What the F***CK are you talking about?" The entire place was silent. On the outskirts, Fang Ping resisted the urge to laugh maniacally. He patted Qin Fingqing's big bald head lightly. F***CK, old Tian was awesome. Nan Yunue, now he knew who this woman was. One of the 3 department heads. The first person below rank 9 paragon. In the end, the rank 8 Tian Mu scolded as soon as he opened his mouth. He was too awesome. Nan Yunue was also stunned, her face slack. "I was scolded." Tian Mu seemed to realize something. He coughed dryly and said, "Don't misunderstand, Elder Nan. I'm not scolding you. I'm just like that. I'm used to it. If you don't believe me, you can ask Minister Zhang. I often ask about his relatives. Zhang Tao, the second-ranked top-notch powerhouse in Sino Nation, a genuine rank 9 paragon. Now he had become Tian Mu's scapegoat." Nan Yunue was stunned once more. Beside her, Old Man Fan was as large as an ox. He scolded, "General Tian, pay attention to your words." Yes, I'm sorry. It was really a slip of the tongue this time. I'm used to being rough, so I didn't think too much when talking to girls." Seeing that Nan Yunue was about to go berserk, Zhang Weiyu had no choice but to interrupt. "General Tian, you don't have to be like this. If you have something to say, just say it." If he really treated Tian Mu as a rough man, then he would be an idiot. How could a top student who graduated from MCMAU be a rough man? MCMAU students were not just powerful. Tian Mu didn't become a general who guarded a region by relying on his rudeness. The military department even had the intention to make him the deputy commander, or directly take over the position of Magic City Military Region Commander. This guy just did not want it. A rough man could be a fighter, but a general who guarded an area was not like that. It was not strange that Tianmu was not afraid of Nan Yunue. He was from the military department. Nan Yunue was the department head of the detective department. She could not control him. Although there was a big difference in their strength, Nan Yunue could not attack him just because of a few words. If Nan Yunue really attacked him, the military department's commander could come knocking on his door. Tianmu was one of the best generals in the military department. From rank 3 all the way to rank 8, he was a true powerhouse who had killed his way out of a sea of blood. He had spent his entire life on the battlefield, killing for almost 50 years. In these 50 years, his brothers, sisters, wives, and children had all died in the catacombs. He even scolded Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao did not want to argue with him. First, he could not. Second, he did not dare. Li Zhen valued Tianmu very much. He would not allow anyone to attack him. Seeing that Zhang Weiyu had spoken, Tianmu laughed and said, "Then I'll be straightforward. You're a woman. Even if you become a martial artist, even if you become a powerhouse, you're still indecisive. At this point, the war will start at any time. At this time, you're telling me that it's not good to make it big? What a joke. At this time, there would be one less dead. Without Fong Ping and Old Wu's divine weapon, would they be able to fight this time? If they can't fight, then we'll just say that we don't have any dealings with forbidden areas like 100 Beasts Forest and these cities. In reality, do you know that the monsters really don't hate us? Right now, we've forced the Skygate City Lord to reveal his divine weapon. This is a good thing. Even if both sides reconcile in the end, they might not be as close as before. Instead, they would be more guarded. Forget about the monsters not attacking. Even if they did, so what? Aren't the so-called guardian clans monsters and monster plants? You're just comforting yourselves. Do you really think that when the war comes, these monsters and monster plants will just sit back and watch? Chief Nan, aren't you too comfortable in the capital city catacombs? Don't King tell me that the monsters in the capital city catacombs are your brothers and sisters. Stop bullshitting. Tianmu kept on swearing. His words made Nan Yunue's face turn red. She was a department head who was almost a rank 9 paragon. She did not know if she should retaliate after being scolded. Beside him, Elder Fan suddenly kicked him and reprimanded him again. Speak properly! Tianmu was also a 70-year-old man. However, Elder Fan was very old. He was more than 100 years old. Even though he was kicked, he had nothing to say. After a light cough, Tianmu chuckled and said, "Don't mind me. You guys listen to the important things. What I mean is, regardless of whether Fong Ping did it intentionally or not, it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. You guys don't like these 2 kids, but I really like them. How about this? If MCMAU can't handle it, they can come to the military department. Both of them can be my assistants. It's not a problem to be a general." "What do you mean they can't go to the catacombs? What nonsense." Cough, cough. All right, I'll stop scolding. Everyone, don't stare. Tianmu saw that everyone was staring at him after he finished speaking. He laughed and said, "Anyway, it's a good thing. Old Wu said that if anything happens, he will bear the responsibility. There's no need for that. We humans, Sino Nation, have not reached the point where we have to compromise. If they really come, we'll just kill them. If they're afraid of sacrifice and death, then don't start a war. Just let the catacombs powerhouses enter the human world. We can escape to outer space together." "How great is that?" Nan Yunue frowned and said, "General Tian, I know what you mean. What I mean is we shouldn't excessively provoke these catacombs powerhouses and monsters now." Nan Yunue was not a coward. She had gone on countless expeditions when she was only one step away from rank 9 Paragon. However, in Capital City, including the entire human race, the current mainstream thinking was to delay. To delay the war until the last moment. To buy time for humans. Tianmu sneered and said, "What do you know? One look, and I know that you're a boor, who only knows how to fight and not use your brain." Tianmu. Nan Yunue was furious. "Do you really think that I can't do anything to you?" Tianmu laughed dryly and said, Habit. Go on, go on. "What I mean is, we can't show weakness blindly. This won't do. Actually, what I mean is, if necessary, we should fight a big war." Tianmu's eyes turned cold and sharp. He said in a low voice, "Blindly showing weakness will only make people think that humans can be bullied, destroyed, and humiliated. The weak have no diplomacy. This saying is universal. It's useless for you to keep thinking about delaying. You must hurt the other party and let them know how strong we are. You must know that we are not afraid of a life-and-death struggle. Only then can you delay the other party. Without absolute confidence, they won't dare to start a full-scale war. Therefore, I've already suggested to the military department. Of course, that was before. Previously, I suggested that after the Tiananmen catacombs open, we gather a large number of senior powerhouses, including us military martial artists, and kill our way in. We'll kill until rivers of blood flow. Now, I would like to suggest that we don't wait for the Tiananmen catacombs. We do it in the Magic City catacombs. While the demons are not on good terms with them, before both sides have yet to negotiate, let's do it big. Completely annihilate Sky Gate City and East Sunflower City. The Monster Plant Clan has 6 of the 13 cities in the catacombs. After destroying these 2 cities, there are still 4 cities left. In for a penny, in for a pound. Destroy them all. There are still a few seniors keeping watch in the depths of Mount Royal Sea. This time, let the seniors stop the other party. Let them show their fighting stance and scare the other party. If they can't be scared, then we'll go all out. Even if 1 or 2 of us die, we must scare them and shock them. Martial artists of my generation would rather die standing than live kneeling. It depends on whether these seniors dare to go all out for once." Everyone was shocked. Nan Yunue gritted her teeth. After a while, she said, "Once a full-scale war is triggered, can you, Tianmu, bear the responsibility?" Tianmu said lightly, "I don't know. Who knows if I'll still be around when that happens? But this is not the way to go. Our hands and feet are always tied, unable to go all out. You, Nan Yunue, can kill the Skygate City Lord. You're also a rank 9. You're not a paragon, but do you dare to kill him? You don't dare. But he dares. If he's stronger than you, he dares to kill you. Nan Changsheng, we've had enough of these days. Why can Capital City's catacombs enjoy peace for so many years? Kill until they're afraid of the other party. Yes, we've also lost people, but the other party has lost even more. If we beat them until they're afraid, then we'll naturally welcome peace." Nan Yunue sighed. "But now Capital City has erupted in war again." "I know, but at least we've welcomed decades of peace. After decades, we've also stabilized our defense line. Disregarding other places, the probability of Capital City being breached is extremely small. What's there to be afraid of?" Tianmu chuckled. "That's why I want to do it in Magic City once. If we win this time, Magic City might be able to have a few years of peace. Coincidentally, this kid Fong Ping has found an opportunity for me. It's normal for people to die. How can there be no war without people dying? It's not like we're playing house. But if we die, the other party will die too. We're not afraid, but I don't believe that they won't be. What's East Sunflower City? We've been fighting on the battlefield for hundreds of years if it's long and decades if it's short. These guys who haven't fought many battles dare to fight us? What a joke. If it wasn't for my scruples, Old Fan would have blocked the rank 9. I would have brought people to kill all their middle and low-ranked martial artists. Let's see how big of a storm they can create by leaving a few high ranks behind. General Tian, Zhang Weiyu said softly, you have to think twice about this matter. You have to understand that every rank 9 paragon is the backbone of humanity. 2 years ago, because of Senior Yang's death, the war in Tiannan broke out. If another senior dies this time, then it'll be a catastrophe. Tianmu's tone was sinister. If we wait any longer, it'll also be a catastrophe. Everyone, we still have to think about this matter at length. Ko Bianjiang interrupted from the side, saying softly, let's think about it again. As for the current decision, we still have to wait for the central and the military department's reply. As for Fang Ping's matter, it doesn't affect the overall situation. Don't worry too much about it. Ko Bianjiang made up his mind. Tianmu pursed his lips and said, I think this kid is not bad. Well done. He's much more useful than you rank 9s. As he said that, Tianmu glanced at Fang Ping. At this moment, Fang Ping was grinning at him. Old Tian thinks so highly of me and praises me so much. I'll be embarrassed and proud. Tianmu was stunned for a moment. He was stunned. Everyone else was stunned too. After a while, Tianmu suddenly said, Did he hear it? Fang Ping's expression changed. Tianmu suddenly reached out and grabbed him, saying furiously, Bastard, were you eavesdropping? Fang Ping looked confused. He shook his head and said no. Get lost. Tianmu was furious. Nan Yunue and the rest looked annoyed too. It was embarrassing. It was not that Fang Ping eavesdropped. What was the big deal? The point was it was really F***ing embarrassing. They had set up a mentality barrier. How could they be eavesdropped? Fang Ping seemed to have realized that he had been exposed. His expression changed. He laughed dryly and said, I'm a golden bone. Mentality doesn't seem weak. I heard it accidentally. The rest of you can continue. Don't mind me. All the Grandmaster's expressions darkened. How embarrassing. How F***ing embarrassing. The conversation of 3 rank 9s, a few rank 8s, and so many rank 7s had been eavesdropped by a rank 5 martial artist. What the hell? Their faces were almost swollen from being slapped. However, after a while, Zhang Wei suddenly said, There's something wrong with this kid. Nan Yunue also frowned. He shielded his aura just now. We ignored him directly. It was not that Fang Ping's mentality was strong enough to penetrate the mentality barrier they had set up. It was that this guy did it on purpose. He purposely hid his aura and penetrated the mentality barrier. They did not notice it. If it were not for this kid's silly grin, they would not have paid attention to him. Nan Yunue suddenly said, He has been to Skygate City. He might have gone deep into Skygate City. Maybe he even unleashed the aura of Vice-Chancellor Wu's divine weapon. What a cunning kid. The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. Zhang Weiyu said sinisterly, He's very capable. Since he's so capable, then intelligence gathering in the future belongs to you. Forget it. Tianmu suddenly curled his lips and shook his head. Do you want him to start a few more wars? If you're not ready, you should just give up on this idea. Zhang Weiyu was speechless. What he said made sense. If he let this kid collect intelligence, he was afraid that before the intelligence arrived, humans would already be at war with the catacombs. Fang Ping laughed dryly and asked carefully, Grandmasters, do we have many rank 9 paragon powerhouses in Sino Nation? Everyone said nothing. What about the catacombs? What's the situation over at the restricted area? Has Monster Life and the Monster Plant clan reached an agreement and joined forces? The catacombs geniuses are all in the restricted area. Why aren't they coming back? How is the relationship between the monsters and plants in the catacomb cities? Humans are really no match for them. Is there no hope at all? If they escape, is there a space suitable for humans to live in? Are there still any living immortals in our Sino Nation's legends? Guardian Zhang said that Senior Yang has fallen. Does it mean that Sino Nation's paragon powerhouses have fallen? Fang Ping had a stomach full of doubts. He took the opportunity to ask them. In this place, one of the 3 ministers and one of the 4 guardians, a rank 9 powerhouse, were here. Fang Ping felt that they must know a lot of top-secret information. Eavesdropping earlier was actually to understand more high-level information. He did not expect to be praised so much that he could not help but expose himself. Also, Wu Quishan, Huang Jing, and the rest were here too. Were these old men hiding something from him? Powerhouse's words could not be trusted. He had fooled others too many times. Now Fang Ping suspected that these old men might have been fooling him too. Perhaps these fellows knew the inside story. After he asked for a while, Zhang Weiyu shook his head gently and said, "You will know what you should know. You don't have to find out what you shouldn't know." Fang Ping sighed and said, "The key is that I plan to go to the restricted area for a while. If I don't find out, I won't know what to do when I go." Silence, deathly silence. After a long time, Wu Quishan said, "Don't worry, I will watch over him. The catacombs. I won't let him in for the time being." Just now, he refuted what Nan Yunyue said directly. Now, Wu Quishan felt that it was time to blacklist him. This kid was not crazy, was he? He wanted to go to the restricted area. Even Tian Mu could not help but hit his head, sighing, "Don't let him in for the time being in Magic City catacombs. I only want to fight in 7 Southern Territory. I don't want to fight my way into the restricted area." Fang Ping laughed dryly and said, "Seniors, I was just joking. You all took it seriously." Everyone looked at him one after another, then looked at the rank 9 pressure that had yet to disperse in the distance. "You're joking. We really don't dare to take it seriously. If you really went to the restricted area and stirred up trouble again, none of these people here have the ability to clean up after you." In Magic City catacombs, Wu Quishan could still hold on a little. When the restricted area's top-notch powerhouse came out, Wu Quishan was defeated instantly. You don't lack resources. Cultivate well and get lost. Wu Quishan kicked him away. He did not really want to see Fang Ping now. He even pitied Huang Jing a little. Would this old man be so scared that he peed his pants? No wonder when he saw him earlier he did not say a word. His face was dark, even uglier than when he lost his divine weapon. Today there were only dozens of rank 9 pressure. If one day Fang Ping provoked a rank 9 paragon, everyone would cry. No, it was only dozens of rank 9 pressure. Wu Quishan suddenly shuddered. He was only a rank 8. Why would he have such a thought? Chapter 448. Wu Quishan felt that he had inflated. Fang Ping was even more inflated than him. After being kicked away by Wu Quishan, Fang Ping took the opportunity to pinch Qin Fingqing's big bald head. Qin Fingqing's eyes were fierce. This guy was not easy to deal with. Now that he had the energy stones, if Fang Ping still dared to bully him, he would fight back. However, when he saw Fang Ping stuffing 100 honing fruit into his pocket, Qin Fengqing suddenly laughed and stuck his head out. "It's okay. Feel as much as you want. Oh, right. Do you want to collect fees on time? 1 per minute?" Mother ***. Everyone around them cursed. Where was his backbone? Beat him up. He had lost the 100 honing fruit. Yet he still wanted this kind of food. How embarrassing. Throw it. Everyone roared in their hearts. If he lost it, it would not be embarrassing if they picked it up. Qin Fengqing was obviously not that kind of person. What a joke. 1 was worth thousands of credits. Most importantly, it could not be bought. Only an idiot would throw it away. So what if he touched his big bald head? It was not a big piece of meat. However, this guy had a score in his heart. After Fang Ping touched it for about 10 seconds, he could not take it anymore. He shook his head and flung Fang Ping's hand away. If he touched it again, he would have to collect fees. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He did not continue tormenting this guy. He turned his head and looked at the grandmasters beside him, laughing and scolding. Were these people really that relaxed? Dozens of rank 9 auras filled the air. Once a war broke out and involved Hope City, would these people retreat? Today, the Grandmasters standing here had probably come with the determination to die. Tian Mu scolded Nan Yunue. Was Nan Yunue really a coward? If she was really afraid, she would not have come. She was known as the number 1 person below rank 9 Paragon. So what? How many rank 9s could she handle? 3 or 5? Behind them was the passageway to the human world. It was Magic City with a population of tens of millions. If the situation changed, others could leave, but could they? Set the battlefield in the catacombs. This was a philosophy that had never changed for hundreds of years. Magic City's catacombs was different from Tiannan's catacombs. Tiannan's catacombs could be sealed, and Magic City's catacombs passageway had been stable for many years. Even if it could stir up energy and cause chaos, it would calm down in 3 to 5 days at most. Under such circumstances, these Grandmaster powerhouses came with the determination to die. Seeing these youths making a ruckus, Wu Quishan chuckled and said, "This brat better maintain his lead and be overtaken by others the next day. Qin Fengqing is not a pushover. He will be beaten to death sooner or later." Tian Mu also said with a smile, "He deserves to be beaten to death, but it's a little difficult." Fang Ping improved too quickly. It would not be easy for Qin Fengqing to surpass him. As he spoke, Tian Mu suddenly said dejectedly, "These people are the backbone of humanity. He dares to fight and is not afraid to fight. Unfortunately, we didn't give them too much time to grow." Tian Mu was sad for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. He smiled and said, "Let them leave first. There's no point in staying here." Nan Yunue and Zhang Weiyu both nodded. It was indeed useless for these people to stay here. If the battle really broke out, they would instantly be turned into meat paste. At the side, Su Mafu said in a low voice, "Great General, the army will not retreat until the war begins." Tian Mu looked at the murderous army in the city and suddenly said with a smile, as expected of the Chinese army, "Very good, then leave them for last. But those who are middle-ranked and below, leave first. There's no need to stay. Great General, listen to my order." Tian Mu growled. Su Mafu immediately stood up straight. "Only martial artists who are middle-ranked and above from the military department remain in the city. The rest of you start to leave." "Yes." Su Mafu said no more. Military orders must be obeyed. At this moment, Tian Mu was also the military department powerhouse with the highest rank. Since he had given the order, they had to leave. Su Mafu went to make arrangements. In the city, the voices of the military powerhouses rang out. "Non-members of the military department, please gather in the square and leave in an orderly manner. All personnel, carry out the order. Gather quickly." On the city wall, some of the non-military department martial artists were somewhat unwilling and dejected. Fang Ping, on the other hand, walked to the side of the monster's carcass. He lifted the carcass and turned to walk down the city. Someone said unhappily, "Fang Ping, you're just going to leave like this?" Fang Ping smiled as he walked. "I can't help it. I'm too weak. There's no point in staying." As he said that, Fang Ping added, "I know that some people think that I'm responsible. All right, I won't argue, but there's really no point in staying at this time." Having said that, Fang Ping turned his head to look at the Grandmasters standing upright on the city wall. He chuckled. "It's best if they don't fight. If they do, let me see. 18 Grandmasters. If one dies when my cultivation is higher, I'll kill a Supreme King and bury him with everyone. I'll leave first. Grandmasters, please take it easy. If I really die, I'm just bragging. They might not take it seriously. Get lost." Tian Mu scolded. He chided with a smile. "Are you cursing us?" "No. I'm just afraid that I'll be scolded if you guys really die." Fang Ping chuckled. "Please don't die. Otherwise, I won't have a good time. There'll be trouble later. Seniors, Please take it easy. When it's time to act like a coward, do it. If you really can't do it, throw the Vice-Chancellor out to be the scapegoat. I'll avenge the Vice-Chancellor later." Wu Quishen's expression darkened. He glared at him fiercely. Fong Ping laughed dryly. "Vice-Chancellor, don't be angry. I'm just joking. But don't worry. I'll definitely help you kill that old thing, Sky Gate City Lord. It'll happen sooner or later. Also, if you don't go back, I'm preparing to become the Vice-Chancellor in a few days. Get lost." Wu Quishen scolded. This kid's words were really hurtful. Fong Ping grinned. He carried the monster and walked down the city without looking back. The others kept quiet and followed him down the city. They walked all the way until they reached the passageway square. Fong Ping turned his head to take a look. At this moment, there were more than 10 figures standing upright on the city walls. They were like towering mountains. What kind of backbone of humanity are we? Fong Ping laughed self-deprecatingly. He muttered, "You guys are." These people were the true backbone of humanity. In their lives, they had fought everywhere. How many injuries had they suffered, and how much blood had they shed? Compared to them, killing a few middle-ranked and low-ranked martial artists was better than nothing. I can't do anything today, but it doesn't mean I'll be the same in the future. Fong Ping murmured in his heart. He suddenly perked up and laughed. Let's go, let's go. The Catacombs one-day tour is over. The next moment, Fong Ping stepped into the alloy house and into the vortex. Outside the passageway, everyone walked out in silence. The gatekeeper also knew that something had happened in the catacombs. He quietly watched everyone leave. However, in the next moment, the gatekeeper suddenly looked terrified. He shouted, "Kill!" "Don't!" Fong Ping's voice came hurriedly, and the gatekeeper abruptly stopped what he was about to do. Behind the door, Fong Ping stuffed the monster carcass out and sighed. "The door is too small. Next time it should be bigger. I only killed a rank 7 monster and brought it back. If I bring a rank 9 back next time, won't I not be able to come out?" The gatekeeper was still in a daze. After a while, he said uncertainly, "Fong Ping." "It's me. This is the monster carcass." "Nonsense." The gatekeeper was speechless. "Did you think I didn't recognize it? The point was, you've only been in for a day. How did you get a monster carcass out?" At this moment, Fong Ping had almost stuffed the monster carcass out. He laughed and said, "It's like this. When I entered the catacombs this time, I happened to encounter a battle between monsters and catacombs powerhouses. Hundreds of high-ranked monsters died. I picked one up randomly. Uncle, do you believe me?" The gatekeeper was about to explode. Fong Ping laughed dryly. "I'm just joking. I won't say much about it. You can ask the others. I'll go back first." Before he finished speaking, another person walked out of the alloy house. It was a powerhouse from the military department. Without caring whether Fong Ping and the others were present or not, the powerhouse in military uniform said, "Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing are not allowed to enter the catacombs in the near future. Inform the other catacombs entrances. These two are not allowed to enter without the military department's permission." The ban had really come. This was something that the powerhouses had just thought of. They had to be careful. If Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing went to other catacombs now and caused such a disturbance, the Sino Nation's powerhouses would not be enough. Even if they wanted to cause trouble, they had to wait until the Magic City catacombs had calmed down. When the powerhouses had time, then they could do it. Otherwise, if another catacombs were to riot, they would collapse too. The gatekeeper was stunned. Not allowed to enter the catacombs? There was such an order? Fong Ping sighed. Why did they have to do this? Was Fong Ping someone who did not see the big picture? This was an accident. Really an accident. The Jiao did it. I went in this time just to dig for a mine. Who knew that so many things would happen? He felt wronged, but Qin Fengqing felt even more wronged. He said innocently, "This has nothing to do with me, right? I only raided a rank 8 monster's lair. I didn't even find anything at the Jiao's place. Why are you banning me from entering? Cough, cough, cough. Everyone suddenly coughed. Fang Ping said in a daze, You even raided the Jiao's house? Qin Fengqing scolded, Don't mention it. That guy was just a pauper. The poorest monster I've ever seen. It had nothing. Fang Ping was speechless. Nonsense. If it wasn't poor, it wouldn't have robbed Skygate City. That's true. Next time we look for a target, we can't look for one like this. Next time. I don't know when. If we don't solve the Magic City catacombs, we'll be blacklisted for life. That's true. Qin Fengqing looked regretful. He said, It's okay. I'll cultivate first. After this, I'll be rank 5. Next time I go in, I'll stay for a few more days. I won't come out. The two of them chatted enthusiastically. The gatekeeper's expression changed again and again. He glanced at the man in the military uniform. The man in the military uniform felt a headache coming. He nodded slightly. Don't look at me. These two fellows were really big scourges. They went in for a day and turned the Magic City catacombs upside down. The ban was also real. These two fellows were not allowed to enter for a short period of time. Fang Ping and the others did not stay here for long. At this moment, people were still leaving one after another. In addition, he was carrying the monster's carcass. Many people were looking at him along the way. Fang Ping did not walk outside. Instead, he went straight to the underground passageway and walked toward MCMAU. McMao. Fang Ping and the others are back. Fang Ping came back with a complete rank 7 monster's carcass. He came back with hundreds of billions worth of energy stones. When Fang Ping and the others came out of the passageway, the southern area was in an uproar. The students and instructors of the southern area ran over to watch. Many instructors were stunned. Didn't these fellows just leave yesterday? What did they do? Did they rob the Catacombs City again? No, the monster's lair. Old Man Li, who had just arrived, saw that everyone had returned safely and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he suddenly grabbed the monster's carcass and turned to leave. Fang Ping said hurriedly, Instructor, this isn't mine. It's Vice-Chancellor Huang's. I know. Old Man Li's face was full of indignation. Then he said indignantly, If I knew it would be so easy and fast, I would have gone. Why did he have to do all this? It had only been a day. He would do it even if he had to exchange for a divine weapon a day. Previously, he thought that he would have to waste some time and delay his cultivation. That was why he gave the opportunity to old Huang, who knew that it would not delay him at all. Now, something had happened in the Magic City catacombs. The grandmasters in the school had all left. He had to go out and guard. After all, MCMAU was rich. It would be troublesome if someone took advantage of the situation. Easy. The instructors who had followed him back looked at each other. After a while, an instructor smiled bitterly. Deanly, if you go, I'm afraid it won't be easy. What? If Huang Jing can do it, why can't I? Old Man Li was a little displeased. Do you really think nothing of me a rank 8? Fang Ping chuckled. It's not hard, actually. Vice-Chancellor Huang only killed a rank 7 monster and fought with a rank 8 monster for a while. He met the Jiao along the way and then went to destroy the Jiao's forest. It's nothing. Old Man Li suddenly stopped talking. He stared at him for a while and humphed. I knew it wouldn't be anything good. Old Huang was excited enough this time, right? He did not need Fang Ping to say more. Just by listening to this, he knew that Huang Jing must have felt good this time. So good that his heart almost stopped beating. He glanced at the monster's corpse. Old Man Li did not look at it for long. He felt like he was sour grapes. He said, A rank 7 is too low. I want a rank 8 divine weapon at least. I'll give it to old Huang. As he said that, Old Man Li looked at Fang Ping again and said faintly, Be careful. Fang Ping did not understand. What's wrong? Lu Fengru is about to come out of seclusion, probably in these 2 days. As Old Man Li spoke, he grinned and said, "The last time you gave Old Man a huge pile of life essence, he wanted to chop you up. This time you gave Old Huang a divine weapon. Kid, I'm afraid you'll be beaten to death. She came out as a rank 7. You got a divine weapon, but you didn't think about her. Fang Ping said innocently, I didn't kill it. Vice Chancellor Huang killed it himself. Forget it. Even if Old Huang could kill it himself, he wouldn't be able to bring it back. I know him well. Kid, you have some ability. It wasn't easy to bring this thing back. Anyway, Old Huang must have profited." Old Man Li said a few words and laughed. "Don't be afraid. Lu Fengru won't beat you to death. At most, she'll beat you up. You don't have to worry about your thick skin. Let's not talk about this. Come, let's go to the office and explain everything in detail. Right now, Old Wu and the others are in the catacombs. It's best if nothing happens. Oh, right. What happened in the Magic City catacombs has nothing to do with you, right?" Fang Ping shook his head quickly. "Of course it has nothing to do with me." Chapter 449. South Side, small conference room. After listening to Fang Ping's story, Old Man Li mumbled, "It really has something to do with you, kid." Fang Ping smiled bitterly. "I didn't want to either." Luo Yichuan, who had just rushed over, sighed and said, "Our entire life experience might not even be as rich as yours. What did this guy do this time?" Killing rank 7 and rank 8 monsters had set off a standoff between the Forbidden Land and the city, causing such turmoil. As he spoke, Luo Yichuan continued, "I'm just afraid that it might really affect Hope City. That would be troublesome. The principal and the rest are still down there." Old Man Li shook his head and said, "There's no other way. We can only bet that we won't be implicated." As he said that, Old Man Li's expression changed slightly. Old Wu and the rest didn't say anything. If the war really breaks out, shouldn't we make some preparations? On MCMEU's side, some students have left Magic City. Dean Li this. Luo Yichuan wanted to say something, but hesitated. Fang Ping frowned and asked, "Instructor, is there really no peak rank 9 in Magic City?" "There's a high probability of none." Old Man Li sighed. "If there really is, Old Wu and the rest should have retreated by now, leaving only a few rank 9s behind. When the time came, they would retreat while fighting and be prepared to retreat. If they really rushed out with a rank 9 paragon around, it would not be a problem to stop them and kill those guys who rushed out. But now, since even Old Huang and the rest have been left behind, it means that we can't let the other party rush out. There shouldn't be any rank 9 paragons in Magic City, or there might be other missions. They really can't spare any manpower at this moment. Currently, there were only 4 rank 9 paragons in Sino Nation on the surface. Everyone had important matters to attend to, so they might not be able to spare the time. Fang Ping said gloomily, "Then it's best if we don't get dragged into this. I think those grandmasters stayed behind with the intention of fighting to the death. If something happens, I'll be in trouble. Even if something happens to them, it has nothing to do with you. Accidents happen everywhere, and no one can predict this." Fang Ping smiled bitterly. "It's not this. I promised them that if one of them dies, I will kill a rank 9 paragon to avenge them. If all of them are dead, I will have to kill 18 of them. Instructor, do you think I can do that?" Cough, cough, cough. Old Man Li was shocked beyond words. "You're really something, kid. You even dare to brag." As they spoke, they suddenly looked outside at the same time, in the direction of the energy room. "A breakthrough?" Old Man Li mumbled and said, "Quickly, let's go." Lu Fengru seems to have broken through. The few of them didn't waste any more time and hurriedly got up and walked out. Energy room. At this moment, the sky above the energy room was filled with strange phenomena. Many people had gathered outside the shop. When Fang Ping and the others arrived, they happened to witness the process of the phenomenon appearing. A ring-shaped heaven and earth bridge slowly appeared in midair. Then the ring-shaped heaven and Earth Bridge broke apart and became a long bridge. The bridge grew bigger and bigger. Gradually, it felt like it was covering the sky. Soon, 3 doors appeared above the bridge. The 3 illusory and real doors suddenly landed on the bridge. Fong Ping glanced at it and mumbled, "A toll booth." Old Man Li was speechless. How did you think of that? However, this was not the end. Right at this moment, a phoenix cry suddenly rang out. Above the bridge, a fiery red phoenix suddenly appeared. Old Man Li frowned slightly. Fong Ping asked in surprise, "What is this?" Spiritual energy materialization. Spiritual energy materialization. When rank 7 martial artists' mentality first materializes, they will materialize what they want. Of course, they can't just do whatever they want. It's a kind of obsession, I guess. Human martial artists can materialize all kinds of things, but under normal circumstances, they are mainly weapons. If I were to materialize it, it would probably be a longevity sword. Catacombs martial artists, on the other hand, are guardian monster plants or monsters. Of course, it could also be something else. The more complicated the materialization, the more difficult it is to materialize. Of course, it's also more powerful. For example, some people can materialize a mountain. You can treat it as a real mountain. When the mountain comes crashing down, you can imagine how powerful it is. Of course, it's useless to have a false appearance. Otherwise, I can break a mountain no matter how big it is. Lu Fengru. That's strange. Why did she make a phoenix? Old Man Li was a little confused. Was there any use in making this thing? A phoenix might not be stronger than a weapon. Thinking of this, Old Man Li said again, "I thought she would materialize a big fist. How did it become this thing?" As he said this, Old Man Li's expression changed slightly. The phoenix was not a complete materialized object. At this moment, a huge tree appeared in front of the phoenix. Sky Gate Tree. Fong Ping recognized it. No, it's the Sky Gate City, Lord's materialized object. Of course, it's just the Sky Gate Tree. There's no difference. As Old Man Li said this, the next scene surprised him again. The phoenix-like bird suddenly glowed blood red. Like a flame, it burned the big tree in an instant. The next moment, the big tree disappeared. Old Man Li was a little shocked. F*CK, no wonder she can't achieve mentality-vitality fusion. This woman, her obsession is too strong. Fong Ping asked doubtfully, "Instructor, what do you mean?" "Idiot, it's already a GIF. Don't you understand? Most materialized objects are like inanimate objects. They're not complicated at all and can be materialized easily." She made such a GIF. It's obvious that she wants to kill the Skygate City Lord. The more complicated the materialized object, the harder it is to materialize. The materialization of mentality is actually related to the strength of the vitality force and the strength of the mentality. Although her vitality is complete and her mentality is also very strong, her obsession is too deep. This idea is deeply ingrained in her mind. Mentality-vitality fusion is actually condensing the embryonic form. She made it so complicated. Of course, she can't condense it. Old Man Li shook his head continuously, looking speechless. He said, "Women will always be women. Why make it so complicated? Why don't you just get a big fist and smash it into pieces with one punch? You even got a bird to burn. You're so free." Fong Ping was also speechless. It was not toward Lu Fengru, but toward Old Man Li. "Instructor, this breakthrough commotion is too awesome. My instructor is only a rank 7. You're a fake rank 8. It's not wrong to accuse you." Old Man Li's expression was frighteningly ugly. He glared at Fong Ping, gritting his teeth. He explained, "What do you know? She just broke through. She can't control her strength. Her mentality has just materialized. She can't control herself. I'm different. I have complete control over my own strength." "Is that so?" Fong Ping looked doubtful. He was in slight disbelief. Old Man Li flew into a rage out of humiliation. He said angrily, "Besides, we were in the catacombs. We were being hunted down. Could I have made such a big commotion? It's not that I couldn't. I was unwilling." As Old Man Li said that, his heart was filled with hatred. "When my mentality materializes, just you wait. I guarantee that the commotion I make will be even bigger than Lu Fengru's." Old Man Li was about to explode. Fong Ping did not provoke him anymore. However, Fong Ping was still a little surprised that a rank 7 breakthrough could cause such a big commotion. At this moment, it was not over yet. The phoenix that had burned the big tree started flying on the bridge. Then, one of the 3 doors suddenly opened. The phoenix flew in. Fong Ping looked curious. Old Man Li said nonchalantly, entering Sanjiao Gate to nurture. "It's no big deal. You can do it too? Get lost." Old Man Li cursed. He had not reached 1,000 hertz. Where could he get a materialized object to nurture? Cursing aside, Old Man Li asked again, "Do you know where the divine weapon is hidden?" "Sanjiao Gate?" "Yes." Old Man Li nodded. At rank 7, the Sanjiao Gate can actually be opened. Unlike rank 6, you have to think of a way to continue sealing it when you open it. At rank 7 and above, you can open it freely. Within the Sanjiao Gate, there is a huge amount of power and energy. Nurturing mentality and nurturing the divine weapon are all possible. We don't have a specialized cultivation method for mentality. In reality, mentality might not be able to be specialized either. At rank 6, we rely on mentality-vitality fusion to cultivate. At rank 7 and above, we can use the Sanjiao Gate to nurture. Of course, the Celestial Bridge is also very important. Did you notice it just now? What? Idiot. The Sanjiao Gate sits on the Celestial Bridge. That's why those with strong powers need their Celestial Bridge to be strong too. Otherwise, the Celestial Bridge won't be able to bear the weight of the Sanjiao Gate. Then, they won't be able to unite. It's that complicated. Fong Ping continued to be confused. After thinking for a while, he said, "That materialized object is complicated. You said it's powerful. How powerful is it?" "It depends. Actually, it has something to do with the strength of one's mentality. Of course, the more complicated it is, the stronger the mentality. Lu Fengru is probably stronger than 1,000 hertz. Otherwise, she can't materialize it." "Oh." Fong Ping pondered and said, "The more complicated it is, the stronger it is? Why don't I make a mountain out of it?" "No, a mountain isn't considered powerful. How about I make a universe model?" Old Man Li snorted disdainfully. "Forget it. How do I put this? It's not that whatever you make will make it stronger. Instead, it's based on the degree of complexity and thoroughness. If I draw a circle and say it's a universe, it can smash the catacombs. Do you believe it? Is that so?" As Old Man Li said that, he laughed and said, "Also, sometimes it's actually uncontrollable. Whatever you think in your heart, the deeper you think about it, it might be what it is." "You've met the NMAU Vice-Chancellor before, right?" Fong Ping nodded. Old Man Li said softly, "His materialized object is NMAU's emblem." Later, he supplemented it bit by bit, wanting to make an NMAU school, but he didn't succeed. "It's quite complicated. That's why he's not weak. What a pity." Unfortunately, before he could complete it, he died in the catacombs. "Then, what about our Vice-Chancellor Wu? A snake?" "Huh. A snake king materializes a snake. That's very normal." Fong Ping looked confused. He continued, "What about Vice-Chancellor Huang? That trash of his. It's too simple. A saber. Didn't you say that you also want to materialize a longevity sword?" Old Man Li said disdainfully, "What do you know? My longevity sword is powerful, magnificent, and incomparably complex. That saber of his is like a fruit knife. How can it compare to mine?" What about old Lu? Fang Ping did not attack him. He did not think that the longevity sword was that beautiful. A sword. It's also a trash sword. Cough, cough. Old Lu is old. Let's not talk about this. Fang Ping nodded. Beside him, Luo Yichuan's expression darkened. Can the two of you shut up? Fang Ping said again. Then what should I materialize? You. What you materialized is probably dog guts. Dog guts to the skies. How about I give you more guts? Fang Ping was speechless. He did not think of himself. Instead, he thought of Fang Yuan. If my round face achieved rank 7, would he materialize a big golden ingot? And then use the big ingot to smash people? The scene was too beautiful. Fang Ping dared not think about it. At this moment, Lu Fengru's breakthrough was also coming to an end. In the sky above MCMAU, there were also some powerhouses' auras. Old man Li did not pay any more attention to Fang Ping. Instead, he soared into the sky and went to meet those people. These people were magic cities, grandmaster powerhouses. Lu Fengru's breakthrough caused quite a commotion. These people sensed it and came over to see the situation. Fang Ping did not get involved. These were all high-ranked matters. He did not want to join in the fun. After waiting for a while, Lu Fengru walked out of the energy room's door with a calm expression. She raised her head and took a look. Soon, a few figures landed. They smiled and said, "Congratulations, Dean Lu." Lu Fengru nodded slightly. She did not look too happy. She said, "After so many years, I've finally broken through. I just broke through today. I won't keep you guys here. We'll talk later." The few grandmasters who rushed over did not stand on ceremony. They smiled one after another. Then they soared into the sky and left. After they left, Lu Fengru saw that many people were crowding outside. She said, "Disperse." The students had not left yet. Fang Ping jogged over with a smile and said loudly, "Congratulations, instructor, for entering the Grandmaster realm. MCMAU has another Grandmaster. Congratulations. Today is a grand celebration. All students in the school can receive 1 gram of cultivation-aiding energy stone for free. Count it on me. It's my treat." When he said that, Lu Fengru was stunned for a moment. This student of hers was not crazy, was he? Close to 7,000 students. 1 gram was 30 credits. That was 210,000 credits. This guy was not joking, was he? Not only was Lu Fengru stunned, but the students were also stunned for a moment. Receiving 1 gram of high-ranked energy stone for free? Although 1 gram was not a lot for rank 3 and 4 martial artists, for those rank 1 and 2 martial artists, 30 credits was not a small amount. And it was from the whole school. This was really King rich and overbearing. The next moment, the entire southern area was filled with cheers. Everyone shouted, "Congratulations, Dean Lu, for entering the Grandmaster realm." "Thank you, President." Everyone was celebrating. Some instructors, on the other hand, looked at Fang Ping eagerly. More. The students had it, but what about us? Fang Ping pretended not to see it. The instructors were not weak. He could not give too little, but if he gave too much, did they really think that it was free? Although he had 2 million credits, he had to spend them sparingly. Resources should not be wasted. Lu Fengru had not come back to her senses when a big bald man suddenly rushed over, saying enthusiastically, "Dean Lu, you're too amazing. I wish you rank 7 today, rank 8 tomorrow, rank 9 postnatal, and breakthrough every day." Qin Fingqing's tone was rapid. He was extremely enthusiastic, flattering her one after another. Lu Fengru frowned at him. Qin Fengqing laughed dryly, turning his head to look at Fang Ping. "I flattered so much. You should give me some money too." Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. Lu Fengru ignored him too. She looked at Fang Ping and said, "When did you get so many credits?" As she said that, she did not wait for Fang Ping to reply and asked, "Where are the others?" It was not normal that Wu Quishan, Huang Jing, and the others did not come when she broke through. Vice-Chancellor and the others have all gone to the catacombs. All of them? Uh-huh. Lu Fengru frowned again. After taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped and turned her head to stare at Fang Ping. What rank are you? Peak rank 5. Lu Fengru's expression changed for a while. When I went into closed-door cultivation, you were only early-stage rank 5, right? It had only been a few days. What's the date today? Lu Fengru asked suddenly. She suspected that she had remembered the wrong date. March 8th. March 8th? Lu Fengru frowned slightly. March 8th, year 10? This time it was Fang Ping's turn to be stunned. He glanced at her carefully. Had Lu Fengru gone dumb after closed-door cultivation? Of course it was 10 years. Was it 11 years? Yes. I went into closed-door cultivation at the beginning of January. It's only been 2 months. 2 months. She came out of closed-door cultivation. Fang Ping had gone from early-stage rank 5 to peak. Fang Ping chuckled. Instructor, not only that. I've actually condensed golden bones, forged half a golden body, and my mentality has reached 900 hertz. Lu Fengru's expression was uncertain. She patted Fang Ping lightly and nodded. Not bad. Although she said not bad, she did not go easy on him. She suspected that if she went into closed-door cultivation for a few more days, would this brat achieve rank 6 or even rank 7? It had only been 2 months. The feeling of things remaining the same, but people changing was too strong. Moreover, this brat Fang Ping, why did he make it so clear? Was he afraid that she did not know his strength? Looking at the other students who were walking toward her, Lu Fengru suddenly felt a little sad. Fortunately, she had broken through. Other than the weakest Zhao Xuemei, the rest were actually rank 4. Even Zhao Xuemei had actually achieved upper stage rank 3. Was cultivation so easy now? Before she could finish lamenting, Old Man Li also walked over, smiling. Fengru, congratulations. Lu Fengru glanced at Old Man Li and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. She said lightly, Your mentality hasn't materialized yet? Finally, she found a fellow who had made average progress. Even if this old fellow's mentality was already 7 or 800 hertz, Old Man Li's tone was sluggish. I didn't offend you, did I? Why did you stab my heart? Since Lu Fengru took the initiative to stab his heart, he did not hold back anymore. He smiled and said, No rush, no rush. Oh right, this brat Fang Ping, he made a divine weapon for Old Huang. Old Huang is shaking now. Also, Fang Ping said he will make me a rank 8 divine weapon next time. Fengru, do you want it? Lu Fengru's expression was uncertain. Fang Ping, who was beside her, almost glared at Old Man Li. This old man was too much. Moreover, when did I say I would make you a rank 8 divine weapon? Seeing that Lu Fengru was about to explode, Fang Ping said immediately, Instructor, this time I went down to the catacombs and helped you blow up Sky Gate City. I killed 2 rank 7 chieftains and killed tens of thousands of Sky Gate martial artists. I even lured the Sky Gate City Lord into killing 2 major beast kings. Although I didn't kill him, I taught him a lesson. Lu Fengru's expression changed slightly. She said in slight disbelief, Really? Of course. I'm definitely not lying. Fang Ping said it confidently. Lu Fengru looked at Old Man Li. Old Man Li pursed his lips and said, He's just saying it. But it's true. It has nothing to do with him. What are you saying? I did it. If it wasn't me, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Fang Ping immediately claimed credit. This matter was 100% his doing. Lu Fengru's expression softened suddenly. She patted Fang Ping's head gently. Overflowing with motherly love, she said, It's been hard on you. Fang Ping had goosebumps all over his body. Old Lu, don't be like this. I can't take it anymore. Chapter 450. When Lu Fengru was gentle, It was especially frightening. They walked and chatted. When Fang Ping told her the details, Lu Fengru suddenly frowned. Wu Quishan has a divine weapon. Fang Ping said immediately, "It's made from sky gate tree branches." Lu Fengru's expression was uncertain. Beside her, old Manly smiled and said, "It's not that old Wu doesn't want to do it, he just didn't tell you." Lu Fengru tilted her head to look at him and said coldly, "Why are you following us?" Old Man Li was speechless. He said gloomily, "You broke through." And then, Old Man Li had forgotten what he wanted to say. "What then? Now that you've broken through, even if I follow you, it doesn't seem to be of much use. But if you break through, you should at least make some noise, right? For example, having a meal to celebrate?" After being targeted by Lu Fengru, Old Man Li suddenly looked at Qin Fengqing, who was following them silently. He scolded, "Qin Fengqing, why are you following us?" Qin Fengqing was dumbfounded. "Why are you picking on me? I'm easy to bully? Why are you bullying me? There were so many people here. Zhao Xuemei, Chun Yunqi, Liang Fenghua, Yi Qing, Lu Mengyao, Liang Huabao. With so many people here, even if Fang Ping was not easy to bully, don't bully me." Fang Ping's stomach hurt from holding it in, but he forced himself not to laugh out loud. Qin Fengqing was sullen and unhappy. However, he still said, "I want to break through to the 5th rank." And then, Old Man Li did not seem to mind at all. "Just focus on your breakthrough." Qin Fengqing's heart was tired, and he explained, "I want to use energy essence to break through, which is to shatter all the source stones and condense the energy into liquid. The key is that the energy room cannot reach this stage. So I want to ask you and teacher Lu to help me shatter the energy stones and liquefy the energy." Old Man Li's eyelids twitched. Were kids nowadays all so savage? You want to use this method to break through? Once again, Lu Fengru felt that she had fallen behind the times. Qin Fengqing was so poor, yet he was so extravagant. Qin Fengqing added, "I only have 6 caddies of high-grade energy stones. I don't know if that's enough." Fang Ping said exasperatedly, "Don't show off in front of us. I haven't even shown off my 2 million credits. Are you pretending to be rich in front of me?" Qin Fengqing felt wronged and said, "When did I pretend to be rich? I really don't think it's enough. You're always looking for trouble. Did I offend you?" "Shut up, you two," Lu Fengru scolded. She could not take it anymore. "Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Also, Fang Ping had just casually given away more than 200,000 credits. Did he have too much money to burn? But this kid brought back 2 million credits? Were credits calculated in units of 10,000 now? Why did he feel like he had missed out on so much in the past 2 months? Glancing at Qin Fengqing, Lu Fengru thought for a moment and said, "I need to stabilize my realm for a few days. I'll help you liquefy in a few days." "No need, no need. You go ahead with your work. Teacher Li, since you have nothing to do, help me with this." "I have nothing to do." Old Man Li swore. How could this kid talk like that? I'm the biggest tycoon in the school now. How can I have nothing to do? But thinking about it, it seemed like it was indeed nothing much. He could only say, all right. I'll help you." Students nowadays already know how to order their teachers around. Do they still have any respect for their teachers? Qin Fengqing felt like he was being targeted. He said gloomily, "Fang Ping often orders me around too. That kid gives divine weapons, life essence, and energy stones. Are you going to do it?" Qin Fengqing sighed suddenly. That made sense. He would do it even if he gave him money. The poor were really pitiful. Putting aside their conversation, Lu Fengru saw that Old Man Li was still following them. She could not help but say, "Go help Qin Fengqing liquefy his energy stones. Don't follow me all the time." Old Man Li really wanted to vomit blood. Something was not right. "You've broken through to Grandmaster. Why don't you talk for a while? Talk about your breakthrough, or what to do about the catacombs." or maybe talk about the Grandmaster banquet. You're chasing me away without saying anything." Helpless as he was, Old Man Li did not say anything. He sighed and said, "All right, I'm leaving. We'll talk later." Having said that, he grabbed Qin Fengqing's big bald head and walked toward the energy room. Fang Ping's big bald head was gone. Qin Fengqing still had it, but it did not feel as good as Fang Ping's. Still, he could make do with it for now. Looking at Qin Fengqing being dragged away by Old Man Li, Fang Ping felt some sympathy. Old Qin was really miserable. She had just finished sympathizing with Qin Fengqing when Lu Fengru's expression changed. "The next time you have a divine weapon, give it to me. Don't give it to that old thing." Fang Ping smiled bitterly. I will definitely give it to you. Do you really think this is cabbage? Just because you say there is? I don't have a divine weapon anymore, but do you want a living Jiao? Right under his nose, he could kill them at any time. At the same time, the Jiao's forest. The Jiao shook its huge head, continuing to plant trees while thinking, who dug its own shithole? The Jiao had returned to the Jiao's forest. Some people wanted money more than their lives. Some demons wanted money more than their lives. The matter between 100 Beasts Forest and Skygate City had not been resolved yet. The Jiao would rather die than stay in 100 Beasts Forest. Just as Fang Ping and the others left, the Jiao returned. It planned to continue planting trees, but for now, it would not invade Monsterwood City. Wait a little longer. When the two sides started fighting or making peace, it would take some time to plant the tree at the gate of Monsterwood City. If there was a war, they would be enemies. Planting trees didn't matter. If there was peace, Monsterwood City wouldn't dare to attack it. It didn't matter if it went overboard. It was just a pity that it couldn't enter the mining area for now. It turned its huge head to look at Hope City behind it. Chef was there. Chef could already condense celestiality. Should it find a chance to capture him? The Jiao thought about this and continued to shake its head. There were powerhouses there too. It would capture them when they met. The teacher's villa area. Villa number 8. Lu Fengru asked briefly about what happened in the past 2 months. When she heard that Fang Ping was attacked before the year, killed a peak rank 6, extorted 2 major companies, and then entered the catacombs, it caused a chain reaction. Lu Fengru felt that this guy's ability to stir up trouble was boundless just by listening. Fang Ping continued to complain. I didn't actually want to touch Skygate City before. I wanted to go to Sunflower City to take a look. Who knew that it would turn out like this? At first, I thought that after you and Instructor Tang had broken through, we would become stronger and lure the people from Skygate City out. Kill a few, injure a few, the seriously injured ones. Then let the Skygate tree heal them. I'll go steal the life essence. Now that this has happened, I don't know if I still have a chance. When he said this, Chun Yunqi and the others were speechless. Fang Ping was so bold. He had been thinking about Skygate City for a long time. Lu Fengru smiled more gently, nodding. There's still a chance. Of course, the life essence isn't important. It doesn't matter if we have it or not. There's no need to take the risk. But luring their rank 7 and 8 martial artists out and killing them all is still doable. I've broken through now. Together with Wu Quishan and Li Changsheng, the 3 of us will be enough to deal with the remaining rank 7 and 8 martial artists. As for that old B***starred, Lu Fengru said in a low voice, he has a divine weapon. Yes, rank 9. He hit it very well. Lu Fengru calculated. After a while, she said, Wu Chuan still owes my father a favor. It shouldn't be a problem to ask him to hold them off for a while. Find a chance to kill the other high ranks in Skygate City. Now that she had also entered rank 7, her strength had increased greatly. She had also begun to plan for revenge. However, she thought differently from Fang Ping. Fang Ping wanted all of MCMAU to go. Lu Fengru, on the other hand, only considered the few people she mentioned. Wu Quishan had to go. Li Changxing also had a deep grudge against the other party. As for Huang Jing and Lu Polu, she did not plan to ask them. She did not plan to ask others for help when it came to matters of personal vengeance. Fang Ping did not say much. He smiled and said, "This matter is not urgent now. Instructor, stabilize your realm first. Also, I can't enter the catacombs now." I've been banned. Fang Ping sighed. The military department won't let me enter the catacombs. The corner of Lu Fengru's eye twitched. This sounded like a joke. The military department wouldn't let martial arts university martial artists enter the catacombs? She had learned something new today. All right, she could understand. This kid's ability to stir up trouble was not something an average person could handle. It was hard to say what was going on in the Magic City catacombs now. Fang Ping continued, "Oh, right, instructor, when things are settled in the Magic City catacombs, let's take some time to organize a Grandmaster banquet." "There's no need." "There's a need." Fang Ping said immediately, "This is great news. Including you and old Li, the number of Grandmasters in MCMAU has really reached 5, which is the same as CCMAU. However, on the surface, the 2 of us rank 8s are slightly stronger than them. They only have 1 rank 8. Lu Fengru glanced at him. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Do you really think that MCMAU can grow to that stage?" Fang Ping had invested a lot of energy in MCMAU. However, Lu Fengru felt that MCMAU might not be able to provide much help to Fang Ping. These martial artists who are only rank 1 and 2 now, could they grow to that stage? Fang Ping smiled. "Everything is possible. I don't think anything is impossible. Right now, everyone is growing very fast. MCMAU's pills and energy stones are now being supplied freely. In the future, if we get some life essence or energy fruits like the 100 honing fruit, everyone's speed will increase. After that, we'll go down to the catacombs and hone our combat techniques and actual combat experience. Even if we can't enter Grandmaster in a short time, middle ranked won't be difficult. If we really nurture tens of thousands of middle-ranked powerhouses, we can go back and build a few large-scale weapons like the siege crossbow. Middle-ranked martial artists can be used as charging energy. I think it's not impossible to shoot high-ranked martial artists. We can't do it now because there are too few middle-ranked martial artists. The military department can't afford to waste time. Middle-ranked martial artists might not be effective in a battle between powerhouses. However, there were too many of them. If there were thousands of middle-ranked martial artists acting as bloodstain masters, and the crossbow arrows were made of high-quality alloys, they might be able to kill high-ranked martial artists. Moreover, in a situation where the number of powerhouses was equal, these middle-ranked martial artists could also play a very big role. If they killed all the martial artists on the other side and left some high-ranked martial artists empty, would these high-ranked martial artists continue fighting? When that time came, they might have to retreat and increase the living space for humans. Up to you. Lu Fengru did not say anything else. She would let Fang Ping do whatever he wanted. As for the Grandmaster banquet, if he wanted to organize it, then he would organize it. She had no objections. After chatting with Fang Ping for a while, Lu Fengru discussed the cultivation issues with the other students. Halfway through, Fang Ping gave each of them 100 honing fruit. In the end, each of them wrote an IOU. Lu Fengru felt a headache coming on. Was this necessary? Fang Ping felt that it was necessary. When handing out the fruits, he made it clear, "You have to pay back what you owe. If you don't, then work to pay off the debt." When to pay back the debt could be discussed. However, between giving and borrowing, Fang Ping felt that borrowing was better. At this moment, he already had many IOUs. A few of his seniors, Qin Fengqing, Lu Dali, and Wu Zhihao, all had IOUs in his hands. After receiving the IOUs from Liang Fenghua and the others, Fang Ping chuckled. "Later, I'll ask Instructor Li to write an IOU for me too. Sooner or later, when I meet a martial artist, I'll be his creditor." Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fong Ping's dream was very grand. When that time came, was he not afraid that everyone would not return it? As if he could read everyone's minds, Fong Ping grinned. No, it's fine. If you can beat me, then you don't have to ask for the debt. If you can't, then you have to pay me back. After chatting for a while, everyone had dinner together at night. A few female martial artists. None of them knew how to cook, including Qin Yunqi. Fong Ping felt a little regretful. What a pity. Even if they did not have to eat, they still had to cook. Because of that, he could only ask the cafeteria to send food over. However, it was understandable. Martial artists were too busy. They did not even have time to cultivate. Who would put effort into cooking? On the 8th of March, MCMAU Lu Fengru broke through to rank 7. This incident caused a stir in all the worlds. MCMAU had another grandmaster. At this point, the number of MCMAU grandmasters had reached 5. As for Lu Fengru, she entered the grandmaster rank very quickly. There were a total of 1,600 people in the global rank 7 ranking. However, that was before. Recently, there were some changes in the ranking. Some people broke through and some people died. At this moment, the rank 7 ranking was no longer a whole number. There were only 1,598 people. This meant that there were fewer rank 7 breakthroughs than those who died. Of course, there were also people who entered rank 8. At this moment, the number of rank 8 powerhouses was no longer 525, but 526, one more than before. When Lu Fengru entered the ranking, she was not the last rank 7. As soon as she entered the ranking, she entered the 1,350th place. In the Sino Nation rank 7 ranking, there were a total of 320 powerhouses. Lu Fengru was ranked 296th. Once she broke through, she surpassed more than 20 grandmasters. This was also a recognition of Lu Fengru's ability. When she broke through, the scene of the phoenix burning a tree appeared. Moreover, the celestial bridge seemed to have changed a little. It had a golden luster. Some powerhouses who rushed over earlier also noticed it. All this meant that Lu Fengru's ability might be stronger than her ranking. In a short period of time, MCMAU gained 2 new grandmasters after the fall of the old vice-chancellor. This was still a lot of attention. At this moment, the matter of Wu Quishen's divine weapon had not spread. However, this matter would probably be revealed soon. Wu Quishen's ranking would also rise. In addition, rank 6 Tangfeng had been in closed-door cultivation recently. It was likely that he was also aiming for the grandmaster rank. With this, MCMAU's limelight was even greater. In the eyes of ordinary people and martial artists, the ones who were in the limelight were these grandmaster powerhouses and quasi-grandmaster powerhouses. In the eyes of the higher-ups, the one who was in the limelight was still Fong Ping. A rank 5 martial artists stirred up the Magic City catacombs. Several rank 19s were at daggers drawn. When he left the catacombs, he even brought back a complete monster and a large number of energy stones. The commotion Fong Ping caused was even greater than Lu Fengru's breakthrough to rank 7. At least in the Grandmaster realm, almost everyone knew Fong Ping. He was also the first righteous martial artist to be banned from the catacombs in so many years. As for Qin Fengqing, everyone did not pay too much attention to him for now. Qin Fengqing was also a wily old fox. However, no matter how strong Qin Fengqing's ability to cause trouble was, he was still slightly weaker than Fong Ping. Qin Fengqing, who was ignored, did not have time to care about this. March 9th. Qin Fengqing swam freely in the energy liquid and completed his transformation. Energy room. Qin Fengqing laughed maniacally. I've become a mutated martial artist. 6 caddies of energy stones, 90,000 credits. According to the previous value, it was as high as 7 billion in funds. It was too extravagant for a rank for martial artists like him to use it to break through to rank 5. When he used up the energy stones, Even old man Li felt sorry for him. However, under such a huge consumption of energy, this brat actually managed to create something for him. At this moment, the celestial bridge that appeared in front of Qin Fengqing was different from everyone else's. The average person's was ring-shaped. Fang Ping's was a round pancake. As for Qin Fengqing, what he made was a ball. A solid ball, the kind that even glowed. Outside the cultivation room, Fang Ping looked for a while and mumbled, "Can you guys see it?" Everyone looked at him. Fang Ping ridiculed, "Baldy, is this guy addicted to it?" As if shaving his head wasn't enough. He even made the celestial bridge bald. Pfft. Everyone could not help but laugh. They did not expect it at first. After Fang Ping said it, everyone looked for a while. It did look a little like Qin Fengqing's big bald head. Laughing aside, Old Manly said, "I feel that the energy concentration is not low. If that's the case, can it really be artificially mutated?" Fang Ping smiled bitterly. 6 caddies of energy stones for a rank 4 breakthrough. Even if it can be mutated, so what? MCMAU is considered the richest among the martial arts universities, right? After so many years of accumulation, including the few times I got a lot, but how many high-ranked energy stones do we have? Altogether, it's not even 500 caddies. According to him, 100 rank 4 martial artists will deplete our family's resources. What about the others? The instructors don't cultivate anymore. The lower 3 ranks martial artists don't cultivate anymore. This kind of consumption can only rely on everyone or their family support. Teacher, tell me, how many people in rank 4 can do this? Don't talk about rank 4. Those without grandmasters and their families can forget about this. Even if there are grandmaster powerhouses, I don't think they can afford it. Yunqi, does your grandfather have so many cultivation-aiding energy stones? Chen Yunqi nodded and said he does. Grandfather said to bring some over in a few days. Fang Ping's eyelids twitched. I'm just using you as an example. Your family really has some. This old man Chen Yaoting must be crazy now. Even if he does have it, it's probably years of accumulation. Is he throwing money at Chen Yunqi's cultivation without a care for his life? They chatted enthusiastically outside the room. Inside, Qin Fengqing laughed wildly for a while. As he laughed, he suddenly said in despair, "I've become a mutated martial artist, but I have no money." Not only did he have no money, but he was also carrying a huge debt of 2 billion. That was not all. He was not even allowed to enter the catacombs. What was he going to do with his rank 5 cultivation? The next moment, a figure flashed across Qin Fengqing's mind. The real tycoon, Fang Ping. "I want to borrow money again. 5 billion, 10 billion. At most, I'll sell my body to pay the debt." If he borrowed too much, he might really have to sell his body. But at this moment, Qin Fengqing felt that this was something he could consider. The key was that he was afraid that the guy would not lend anymore. At this moment, Qin Fengqing could not be bothered to think about this. Very quickly, he remembered that he had broken through to rank 5 and was now the same rank as Iron Head Li and the others. The more Qin Fengqing thought about it, the happier he was. Those guys who used to ride on top of him were now surpassed by him one by one, catching up to them. He was a martial artist with average talent. Before graduating, he had become a rank 5 martial artist. No one would have expected this, right? As for Fang Ping, this guy was a freak. Qin Fengqing temporarily gave up on catching up to him. As he thought about it, Qin Fengqing's sorrow turned into joy again. He laughed wildly. "I've caught up to Iron Head Li and Yao Qingjun. Wang Jinyang is only 1 rank higher than me. Soon." This guy was very smug, very arrogant. That kind of arrogance was almost undisguised. Outside the room, Fang Ping and the others could see him and hear him talking. Hearing this, Fang Ping chuckled. This guy is getting cocky. Old Man Li laughed. That's normal. It's not easy for him to catch up to Li Hansong and the others' progress. That's true. I wonder if Li Hansong and the others will feel pressured. Fong Ping laughed. As he spoke, his phone vibrated. The call was from Iron Head Li. Li Hansong was puzzled. His tone was not quite right. He asked, Fong Ping, you're a mutated martial artist too. I heard that you've condensed a golden bone. I have something to ask you. Say it. What's wrong? Anyway, it's a little strange. I was cultivating well yesterday. Suddenly, my body turned golden. What? I don't know either. Li Hansong felt very innocent. He said gloomily, everything was fine. I suddenly changed. My physical body suddenly showed signs of turning into a golden body. It can't be considered a complete golden body, but it's almost the same as a peak rank 5. Am I considered a peak rank 5 now? Suddenly changed? Yes. The corner of Fong Ping's mouth twitched. F***CK. You mutated martial artists. Are you kidding me? Looking at Qin Fengqing, who was still ecstatic, Fong Ping suddenly felt a little sympathy. How pitiful! I have the system. The ancient powerhouses are reviving. What do you have, Qin Fengqing? You made the celestial bridge bald. Do you think you're a mutated martial artist? The ignorant. How pitiful! Old man Li heard Li Hansong's words too. He also looked at Qin Fengqing with pity. This kid was really pitiful. On the phone, Li Hansong was still asking if it would affect him. Would it cause any trouble? Would it affect his cultivation? He had achieved peak rank 5 in one day. He felt that it was a little too fast. He felt uncomfortable. He always felt that it was not a good thing to cultivate too fast. Fong Ping felt that it was necessary to record these words and play it for Qin Fengqing to hear. Did it hurt? Also, Iron Head Li had started to revive. What about the others? Why did they revive suddenly? Chapter 451. I wanted to say something, but I just don't know where to start. It's a bit messy now, so I'll just say whatever I want. First, I'll report the results. First in best-selling. 5th in monthly votes, 17,000 average subscriptions, 200,000 favorites. 200,000 brothers and sisters support has allowed Eagle to soar once more, allowing him to enjoy a feeling of awesomeness that he has never experienced before. Thank you. Celebrate. Show off. Pretend to be 13. 200,000 brothers and sisters. There are too many to list. Old Eagle is snobbish and will mention the names of a few big shots as representatives. Brothers, please don't blame us. In less than 5 months since the book was published, we have accomplished many things that we didn't even dare to imagine before. Especially today, when we completed the hegemony of the 100 Alliance competition, we felt that we were too awesome, bragging to the point where we became muddle-headed, powerless to write, and our ego inflated. These past 2 days have been a bit of a mess. The addition of dozens of Alliance leaders was truly beyond Old Eagle's expectations. Boss Huan Yu gave silver, and Tong Tang, Shenlin 8, Pai Wu, and these other big shots also opened alternate accounts to reward Alliance leaders. Some of the big shots opened alternate accounts to reward Alliance leaders, but I'm not too sure. There were also many brothers who opened alternate accounts to subscribe, reward, and vote. This made Old Eagle feel a little nervous and pressured. Great Immortal Meng, Mysterious Book of Heavenly Tao, Zhang Weiyu, and these other brothers sent red packets and pulled people to reward. Actually, Old Eagle was under a lot of pressure, but he was still very grateful. Under the moon, Gilbert Hay, Fui goes to KK, a big meal, I Think You Love Me, and these brothers gave 2 books to the Alliance. Once again, thank you. Miss Fragrant Book, I'm a Talent, Bookish Taste, Crazy Rogue Dad, Qin Huang Xiaotao, 658594, Camel Buried in the Sand. The other brothers have been replaced by Ellipses Don't Cry. These people had also followed Old Eagle from the beginning until now, and he always felt that they were carrying out an evil plan to raise him. In addition, there were a few administrators in the group. I won't mention names, they were all idiots. They had also joined the alliance or given all their assets to reward, which made the pressure even greater. These guys went around promoting books every day, pulling people to reward and subscribe. He didn't know if he should give them a 50-cent red packet when the royalties were distributed. There was pressure, but there was also motivation. In short, that's how it was. In conclusion, he had to work harder and continue to struggle. One last bow to express our gratitude. At the same time, we will scatter some flowers. We are awesome. Everyone is awesome. Our 200,000 brothers and sisters are awesome. Ying is going to cry out for you guys. Gavin something more. Pay the debt slowly. I'm afraid to see that word now. In the end, with a serious face, he said, Don't reward anymore. We've gotten all the rewards. Thank you. Chapter 452. Outside the energy room. The call was still going on. Fong Ping asked a few questions and suddenly asked, Have you been injured recently? I have. I was there during the capital city catacombs riot. You've revived the imperishable substance? What? Li Han Song didn't quite understand what was going on. There were some things that he did not know. The resurrection of ancient martial artists was a secret. MCMAU knew because it was speculated by MCMAU based on Fong Ping's situation. Wang Jinyang knew that Fong Ping told him. The others, including Wu Chuan, were actually half-guessing. The government would not disclose some things to the public, especially things that had not been confirmed yet. Fong Ping smiled. After you were injured, did you recover very quickly? Yes. This has something to do with the imperishable substance that you mentioned. Li Hansong's heart was thumping hard. He had a feeling that he was about to hear some secrets that could change his life. Fong Ping sighed softly. His voice suddenly deepened. Actually, I wanted to tell you a long time ago, but I thought that the past is the past. You guys haven't revived, so I shouldn't disturb you. Back then, I let you guys down. Forget it. Don't mention it. Some things should be left with the wind. Time flies. You guys have fought for me for a lifetime. In this lifetime, I can't drag you guys down anymore. Iron Head, let bygones be bygones. Fong Ping, Li Hansong was stuttering. He stuttered. Why don't I understand what you're saying? Back then, we haven't known each other for long, right? Let's not talk about this. You've only condensed half a golden body. It shouldn't be a big problem. Your skull has already recovered. You should be able to take it. Fong Ping said, A right god of war. No, Wang Jinyang had some similar experiences. You can ask him. Also, don't ask about everything that happened back then. Jinyang isn't too clear about it. You guys don't have to get to the bottom of it. Fong Ping, what's going on? Li Hansong was about to explode. You're talking without a head or tail. I'm feeling extremely uneasy. It's nothing. It's really nothing. Iron Head, cultivate well. Fong Ping's tone was bleak as he said softly, I'm hanging up. If you need anything, you can look for me anytime. Even if you have to go through fire and water. The blood you shed for me, I will never forget it. Fong Ping had already hung up. On the other end of the line, Li Hansong was exploding. What was going on? What was Fong Ping saying? Li Hansong felt as if he had stumbled upon a huge secret, but Fong Ping had cut off right after he had started. This made him even more curious. After some thought, Li Hansong called Wang Jinyang. Even if Fong Ping did not say anything, Wang Jinyang might know something. He must dig the secret out. Let's not talk about Li Hansong calling Wang Jinyang. Old man Li had a strange look in his eyes. He looked at Fong Ping deeply for a while. Are you trying to trick people again? Fong Ping said calmly, I didn't say anything. It has nothing to do with me. I really didn't say anything. I just casually chatted for a while. I didn't say anything about the heavenly court or the generals. As for what Li Hansong thinks, it has nothing to do with me. I politely asked him to come to me if he needed help. There weren't many good people like him who didn't ask for anything in return. Old Man Li almost choked to death. You're playing hard to get really low class. Kid, tell me honestly, is it true or not? Old Man Li was starting to doubt himself. Some things should not be thought deeply. If he did, it would really break him down. Were mutated martial artists resurrected from ancient martial artists? If there were rumors in the martial arts world that the gods and the myths were actually martial powerhouses. The so-called gods were just the grandmaster level powerhouses of today. If they were resurrected, it might be these people who resurrected. If it was true, then there were too many unforeseen events. This included some ancient martial artist forces. Ancient martial artists also had leaders and power centers. Would there be conflicts with the government today? Fan Ping saw that Old Man Li was starting to doubt him. He suddenly said sheepishly, "How would I know?" "You don't know." Old Man Li almost vomited blood. "If you don't know, then you're spouting nonsense. If you don't know, then you dare to go around fooling people? Are you crazy, kid?" Fan Ping saw that the others were also looking at him. He immediately lowered his voice and laughed dryly. "I'm just speaking ambiguously. I'm trying to get some connections first. If they really resurrect one day, they'll kill you," Old Man Li said impatiently. Fan Ping chuckled. "That won't happen, right? Besides, if that day really comes, I might not be afraid of these people. But then again, these people seem to be resurrecting faster recently. I don't know if it's because of their injuries or because of their ranks." "Right. Have there been any mutated martial artists in the school recently?" Old Man Li shook his head. "No. It seems like there aren't many mutated martial artists. As far as I know, there are only a few of us." "Right, there's also an instructor in SCMU. Fan Ping thought about it. He was not surprised. If there were powerhouses resurrected, there might not be many. So many years had passed. No one knew which era these powerhouses were from. Who knew how many people had resurrected in the past? As he thought about it, Fan Ping suddenly said, "This guy is already peak rank 5. Doesn't that mean he's catching up to me?" Fan Ping suddenly frowned. He gritted his teeth. "It seems like I can't slack off on my own cultivation. I don't lack resources too much recently. MCMAU doesn't lack resources either. I should focus on cultivation and strive to achieve rank 6 as soon as possible. It's just nice. I'll be quiet during this period. On one hand, I'm waiting for Magic City's catacombs to calm down. On the other hand, I'm waiting for Instructor Tang to break through. As for you?" Fan Ping looked at Li Changsheng. He sighed and said nothing. His expression was disappointed. Old Man Li's expression was frighteningly ugly. "What's wrong with me? My mentality was not even at 500 hertz. Now, it's almost 800 hertz. This speed is so fast that many people can achieve it in their lifetime. What? Are you looking down on me?" As Old Man Li flew into a rage out of humiliation, Qin Fengqin came out of the cultivation room. Qin Fengqin, who had come out, still had an arrogant look on his face. Fan Ping did not wait for him to speak. He said quickly, "Li Hansong has achieved peak rank 5. Qin Fengqin opened his mouth. He could not close it immediately. After a while, he stammered and laughed dryly. "Don't joke around. I'm not joking." Fan Ping shook his head. Beside him, Chen Yunqi nodded and said, "Senior Li called just now." Qin Fengqin rubbed his bald head. He kept rubbing and rubbing until his scalp was red. Only then did he ask, "Where's Yao Changjun?" He had just seen Yao Changjun before. He was still early stage rank 5. His internal organs had not been honed completely. "Don't tell me that he has broken through too." Fan Ping shook his head. "Don't compare yourself to him. I've seen his mentality before. I'm afraid it's also close to 800 hertz. It's not any worse than Instructor Li's. Has your mentality reached the stage where you can expel it?" Qin Fengqin was a little unconfident. He said, "My celestial bridge has mutated." Fong Ping sighed. The celestial bridge mutated. It's only an increase in vitality and slightly faster energy recovery. As for the increase in combat strength, is it as powerful as 800 Hertz mentality? Old Qin, don't feel inferior. Cultivate well. These days, consolidate your realm. You've broken through quite quickly. Although you're a little slower than them, it's still not bad. However, your talent is not as good as others, so you have to work harder. Cultivate your combat techniques well. In the past, your combat techniques were not weak. You could kill the same rank in seconds with one slash. What about now? The current you. Your breakthrough speed is faster. Can you kill a rank 5 in seconds with one slash now? Right, I suggest that you don't look for a full-time job. If you really look for one, I'm afraid you won't have time to cultivate. What you need now is time. Hard work can make up for it. Qin Fengqing kept quiet, feeling a little upset. So, I've become the last one again? Recently, I've broken through realms consecutively. In 8 months, I've broken through from peak rank 3 to rank 5. Okay. Just like that, I've been left far behind again. Qin Fengqing felt bitter in his heart. He did not say it out loud. He humphed. So what if I'm peak rank 5? So what if my mentality is powerful? I don't know who's faster in sealing the Sanjiao Gate. Fong Ping patted his shoulder, encouraging him. Others might not believe it, but I still believe in you. No matter how bad your talent is, Qin Fengqing, you won't be weaker than them. Powerhouses constantly strive to improve themselves. One day, you'll also shine with the light that belongs to you. Qin Fengqing was slightly touched. They were indeed brothers who had gone through life and death together. 2 brothers in a lifetime, there was no need for formalities. Therefore, while feeling touched, Qin Fengqing said, Fong Ping, good brother. I'm a little short on cash now. Lend me 10 billion first. Haha. Fong Ping cursed in his heart. Give you a little sunshine and you'll shine. Ignoring him, Fong Ping turned to the others and said, Don't look at others. Work hard on your own cultivation too. The school is not lacking in resources for now. As for the catacombs, wait until Magic City's catacombs quiets down. As he said that, Fong Ping looked at the rank 3 martial artists and said, Old Fu, Zhao Lei, the few of you, strive to achieve rank for as soon as possible. When you've achieved rank 4, you can come to me to borrow 100 honing fruit. You can save at least 1 or 2 months of cultivation time. Fu Changding was instantly overjoyed. You said it yourself. I don't need to borrow it. I'll buy 1. No need. Fong Ping shook his head and smiled. I'll only borrow it, not sell it. Everyone was at a loss. How could he do that? Fong Ping chuckled and said softly, I'm thinking for everyone's sake. It's not easy for everyone to have some savings on hand. Save it. I'm not in a hurry. We're all friends. Now that you have a shortfall, I'll make up for it first. How can I empty your pockets? After saying that, Fong Ping added, Look at Qin Fengqing. He lent me 2 billion. I didn't say anything. Everyone, you don't have to be so polite. The few of them were at a loss. It was a good thing, but something was not right. Fong Ping was too good for his own good. Fong Ping did not care about them. After saying that, he said to Old Man Li, As for the school, I'm going to get some low-ranked energy stones to try and see if I can grow the 100 honing fruit. I've already uprooted the vines. Old Man Li shook his head. There's not much hope. We've actually considered planting these before. It's not just us. Everyone else is experimenting. This includes all kinds of energy fruits and medicinal herbs. The medicinal herbs are slightly better. After so many years, I heard that the pill company can already plant them. It's just that the price is not cheap. Energy fruits, especially those with great effects, are extremely difficult to plant. The past is the past. It's hard to say now. Fong Ping smiled. Earth's energy was too weak in the past. There weren't many energy stones either. We couldn't bear to use them. The government might have these in storage. It's not surprising that they can grow them. Let's give it a try. Suit yourself. Don't be too wasteful. Now, Wu Quishan and the others were not in the school. Lu Fengru, who had just entered the Grandmaster realm, did not care about these things. Old Man Li and Fong Ping were currently the main leaders of the school. Recently, Luo Yichuan and the other deans were eager to enter the Mentality-Vitality-Unity realm. They did not have time to manage the school. They could not wait to throw the responsibility to Fong Ping and the others. If Fong Ping used some energy stones, they might not even bother to ask. If Old Man Li had no objections, then they had no objections at all. In reality, the current Fong Ping could almost decide anything in MCMAU with a single word. Old Lu was his teacher, Old Man Li, and he had a life-and-death friendship. The other grandmasters were not around. The Department of Education usually did not get involved in the school's internal affairs. Under these circumstances, Fong Ping's authority in MCMAU was almost at its peak. After talking to Old Man Li for a while and giving instructions to Qin Yunqi and the others, Fong Ping's matters in the school were temporarily settled. As for Qin Fengqing, although this fellow did not have resources to cultivate, he had just broken through. This was not urgent. He quietly went to find a place to cultivate combat techniques, while Fong Ping was handling the school's affairs. Capital City. Li Hansong hung up the phone and murmured, "Heavenly Court!" General conquering the north? Resurrected from the dead? Fong Ping. He's the Celestial Emperor? Impossible. Impossible. Li Hansong shook his head and hit his head hard. How could it be? Wang Jinyang must be talking nonsense. He did not believe it himself. Why should he believe it? What the hell? Heavenly Court. Was that not a myth or a legend? Li Hansong hit his head hard. However, when it came to powerhouses coming back to life, Li Hansong somehow believed it. Or rather, he really believed it. If not, how could he achieve peak rank 5 in one day out of nowhere? Powerhouses coming back to life might be true, but I don't believe in Heavenly Court. No, I don't believe that Fong Ping is the Celestial Emperor. Li Hansong shook his head. How did Fong Ping look like the Celestial Emperor? Can we really recover our memories? I'm actually not me. Li Hansong's expression changed again and again. On this day, many CCMAU students saw that their president was a little distracted, hitting his head from time to time. Han Su and the others also asked a few times, but Li Hansong only shook his head. It was inevitable that they were a little worried. What was wrong with the president? Could it be that he hit his head while drilling the hole? They could not help but think in this direction. During the capital city catacombs battle, Li Hansong happened to be there and also participated in this large-scale battle. There were too many powerhouses participating in the battle this time. Li Hansong wandered in the wild for a while and even encountered high-rank battles, drilling holes many times. When he came back, he even shared his experience with everyone. Chapter 453, 10th of March. On this day, nothing major happened in MCMAU, but the government announced many new policies that shocked countless people. McMao. Although Fong Ping had some expectations when he saw the newly issued documents, he did not expect the government to make such a big deal out of it. From 2010 onwards, students from all social sciences universities, including martial arts universities, can apply for the 2010 Martial Arts University Comprehensive Examination. Those who pass the test can study in martial arts universities. This first policy change alone was enough to shock Fong Ping. Martial Arts Society. President's Office. Fong Ping mumbled. Are we entering the era of national martial arts education? How many university students were there in the country? Martial Arts University students were few and far between. They had expanded their enrollment in the past 2 years, so there were still more students. There were about 130,000 to 150,000 students. Before this, there were even fewer. The 99 martial arts universities were not all specialized martial arts universities. Many schools accepted both civil and martial arts, and only one department of martial sciences. Their enrollment was very small. For example, there were 3 martial arts universities in Nanjing. Other than NMAU, which had more students, the other 2 schools had about 100 students each. How many university students were there in total? According to statistics, there were more than 6 million graduates this year, nearing the 7 million mark. That was just the graduates. Including other batches, there were more than 25 million university students in Sino Nation, and these were all students from social sciences universities. That was not all. There are almost 10 million students who applied for the Gaokao this year. That was 35 million. In the past, not everyone would participate in the martial sciences examinations. This year, however, there was a new policy that eliminated the martial sciences examination registration fee. It was all free. This meant that in order to become a martial artist, they had eliminated the registration fee, and those social sciences students were not willing to graduate mediocre. In 10 years, there might be more than 30 million students in the martial sciences examinations. What kind of concept was 30 million people participating in the martial sciences examinations? Even if the admission rate was only 1%, they would still need to recruit more than 300,000 new students. Isn't this a step too big? Fong Ping frowned. He continued reading the second, new policy, the document for all martial arts universities. Magic City Martial Arts University's 2010 enrollment should not be less than 4,000 students in principal. Beside him, Chun Yunqi poured tea for Fong Ping and whispered, "Didn't you plan to increase enrollment before?" Fong Ping frowned. "It's not that. MCMAU's enrollment of 4,000 students is actually within our means. Moreover, it was a document issued by the Ministry of Education, which meant that the funding should be increased. What I'm thinking is MCMAU has already recruited so many people. What about other universities? Too many. If we take in more than 300,000 students this year, I'm afraid that the quality of teaching in the martial arts universities will drop drastically." Martial arts universities focused on nurturing elite students. Many students might only be rank 1 or 2 after graduation, but in reality, their progress was not that slow. After all, these people were only in their early 20s when they graduated. After a few years of hard work in society, most of the graduates could enter rank 3 before the age of 30. It was not uncommon for those with better conditions to enter the middle ranks. Casual martial artists, on the other hand, did not have such conditions. Even the military department martial artists had a lower probability of entering the middle ranks than martial arts university students. This year, if they were to recruit more than 300,000 people, it would be close to 10 times more than before. There was still a threshold for a famous school, and it wouldn't be too low. What Fong Ping was considering was whether normal martial arts universities could withstand it. For example, NMAU used to enroll around 1,000 students every year. Last year, it was slightly more. This year, how many students would NMAU enroll? Thinking of this, Fong Ping quickly called Wang Jinyang and asked a few questions. After a while, he hung up and shook his head. NMAU also has a quota of 4,000 people, more than 2,000 more than the previous quota. According to Wang Jinyang, Nanjing's 2 non-professional martial arts universities are also recruiting more than 1,000 people this year. This is too big of a commotion. Moreover, they didn't go through any preparation beforehand, nor did they discuss it with the martial arts universities. Fong Ping continued to frown. This meant that the government actually did not prepare enough, but they had no choice but to implement such a policy. It seemed like the situation was getting more and more tense, making the government anxious. First, it was Nanjing's catacombs. Once they entered the catacombs, 2 cities joined forces. Then, Capital City's catacombs were in chaos. After that, Magic City's catacombs were in turmoil. Tiannan's catacombs were about to open, and foreign countries were also in turmoil. Since the end of 2009, there had been many unforeseen events, and the situation had deteriorated too quickly. Under these circumstances, the government could only accelerate the plan to promote martial arts for all. Currently, it was also the most suitable plan to include liberal arts university students in the application system. These university students usually had exposure to martial sciences before. Some of them just did not pass, but they still had the basics. Moreover, university students were not too old, still in the golden age of cultivation. They also had enough cultural foundation and could quickly understand and absorb martial arts teaching. It was much easier for these people to learn martial arts than it was for middle-aged people or children. University students had also received many years of cultural education and political influence. Even if not all of them were loyal to the country and the nation, they were relatively simpler than those who worked hard in society and could accept some ideas more easily. This time, I'm afraid the martial arts universities are going to have a headache. Fong Ping shook his head. Some martial arts universities used to only have one department and 30 to 50 instructors. With this number of instructors, they had to teach 4 batches of students. Now that the scale of enrollment had expanded tenfold, these schools were probably going to explode, and they were seriously lacking in teaching resources. In addition, resources were needed to nurture students. Martial artists did not need to rely entirely on pills to cultivate. Now that Earth's energy was more abundant than before, cultivating the methods of honing could also replenish vitality by absorbing external energy. However, this speed was too slow. Elixirs, a resource that could help speed up cultivation, were indispensable. Where were the schools going to get so many resources? Of course, the government would probably subsidize it, but even so, Fong Ping did not think it could satisfy the needs of the schools. The expansion of enrollment was only the first policy. This time, there were many policies announced. The second policy surprised Fong Ping again. Open up the Shishan Arcane Realm. All schools will organize new students and low-ranked students to enter and cultivate. The so-called Shishan Arcane Realm was actually the Shishan Catacombs. It was also the first catacombs in Sino Nation mentioned in the previous class. According to the content of the policy, Shishan was very, very far away from enemy cities, thousands of miles away. After so many years, humans had also strengthened the defense line in Shishan, even building a giant city that was comparable to the capital city catacombs. However, the constant war in capital city was not suitable for aspiring martial artists and low-ranked martial artists to enter and cultivate. Shishan, on the other hand, had been peaceful for many years. The government would open up the arcane realm to the public. The energy concentration in the catacombs was much higher than on Earth, which could reduce the consumption of pills. The giant city of Shishan Catacombs could accommodate the cultivation needs of close to 100,000 people. The government would transform the giant city of Shishan Catacombs into a place suitable for aspiring martial artists and low-ranked martial artists to cultivate, officially opening it. Of course, this was only for martial arts university students. Expand enrollment and open up the catacombs. It seems like the government has been thinking about this for a long time. Fong Ping pondered. Perhaps MCMAU could also arrange for some people to cultivate there. Although Magic City Catacombs was right under their noses, the risk was relatively high. Nowadays, there was unrest. A little carelessness could lead to the outbreak of high-ranked battles. Previously, there had also been frequent attacks on cities. Fong Ping and the others did not care, but those aspiring martial artists and low-ranked martial artists could not withstand these. The second policy was only open to the higher-ups of martial arts universities. It was not announced to the public. However, once the first policy was announced, it had already sparked discussions from all walks of life. At this moment, almost all the social sciences universities were cheering. A large number of students who were about to graduate began to cram at the last minute, revising the contents of the martial sciences examination. There were only 2 or 3 months left until the Gaokao. However, this year's policy had just been announced, and some of the contents of the examination might be changed, including the extension of the examination time. These had not been confirmed yet. When the prospective graduates returned to school to prepare for the examination, it still had some influence on all walks of life. When the policy was announced, more than half of the interns from various companies and institutions ran away. The rest also practiced while preparing for the examination. However, Fang Ping felt that the impact would not be too great. There were already 7 million graduates, and only about 70 to 80,000 would be able to pass the examination. Compared to such a large number, it would not cause too much of a stir. While reading the documents, Fang Ping turned on his computer and browsed the web. At this moment, the internet was in an uproar. A large number of people in society were calling for the government to once again lift the restrictions, not just for the current students, but for the entire society. Some of the students who had already graduated were even more restless. Becoming a martial artist was the lifelong dream of many people. However, if they did not pass the Gaokao, they could only enter the martial arts class to study. The registration fee for the martial arts class was a huge sum, and they had to prepare all the resources themselves. There were no preferential policies at all. Because of this, it was very difficult for others to become martial artists. Moreover, the martial arts dojos in society were uneven. Some martial arts dojos were only taught by aspiring martial artists. Even if these people had slightly stronger vitality, there was still a huge gap between them and the lowest rank, 3 instructors in martial arts universities. Now that there was an opportunity, how could these people not be restless? However, if they were to lift the restrictions for the current students, the number of applicants had already exceeded 30 million. If they were to open it to the entire society, the government would not be able to arrange everything so quickly. Even if they were to open it up, it would not be this year. Fang Ping knew this. There were 2 policies, one for the outside world and one for all martial arts universities. There was also a 3rd policy, which was a separate policy document for MCMAU and the other schools. From today onwards, Luo Yichuan, Zhang Jianhong, Chen Zhenhua, and Hu Mingyi from MCMAU can each apply for 1 divine fruit from the Ministry of Education every month until they reach Mentality Vitality Unity. The government's subsidy policy had been announced. MCMAU had previously had 6 peak rank, 6 powerhouses. Now that Lu Fengru had broken through to Grandmaster, Tang Feng had long achieved Mentality Vitality Unity and was now trying to break through to Grandmaster. The other 4 had not achieved Mentality Vitality Unity, which meant that their mentality had not reached the stage where they could expel it. Only these 4 people would receive subsidies from the government. Tang Feng was not among them. Divine fruit. Fang Ping did not know about this. It was probably an important strategic resource for the government. MCMAU did not have it before. Fang Ping tilted his head to look at Chen Yunxi. Do you know about the divine fruit? Chen Yunxi shook her head. Soon, however, Chen Yunxi made a phone call. After a while, she said, My grandfather said that the divine fruit is a specialty of capital cities' catacombs. After the destruction of the 2 cities, the government collected a lot of it from the underground mine. It can help with the cultivation of mentality, but the effect is limited. It's not very strong. However, martial artists who haven't reached the stage where they can expel their mentality, or are just a step away from it, can use the divine fruit. When they achieve Mentality Vitality Unity, it won't help much. It's not even as strong as using vitality to cultivate it. Fang Ping nodded slightly. Did he say how much it's worth? Chen Yunxi shook her head. Fang Ping saw that she was about to make another call and quickly said, Forget it. Don't ask. If he asked again, Chen Yaoding would probably beat him to death. Did he really think that he, the vice-chancellor, had nothing better to do? He was asking about the effect, and now he was asking about the price. Fang Ping knocked on the table and said, Arrange for someone to communicate with the military department and various martial arts universities, including the government. Ask them to provide us with a detailed catacombs illustration, including the effects, value, and place of origin of the various energy fruits. Previously, MCMAU also had an illustration, but it only introduced the specialties of Magic City's catacombs. Each catacombs produced different things. Martial artists rarely crossed boundaries to other catacombs, unless they had achieved a high rank. However, powerhouses of this rank usually knew about these things. Chun Yunchi nodded quickly and jotted it down in a small notebook. The 4 peak rank, 6 martial artists in MCMAU can receive 4 divine fruits every month. I wonder if it's enough for them to achieve mentality, vitality, unity. Fong Ping said, then complained, the government must have other good stuff. The divine fruit's effect isn't strong. They should have something stronger, but they're reluctant to provide it. Or maybe they're only providing it to the military department. After complaining for a while, Fong Ping said, it seems like the price of pills will drop in the near future. At the moment, the government hasn't released a new subsidy policy, and I don't know if MCMAU can get some subsidies. If martial arts universities expand their enrollment to 300,000 this year, the number of enrolled students will exceed 1 million in a few years' time. 1 million martial artists in school. This was an extremely terrifying number. Fong Ping said a few words and looked at the other policy documents. The top 3 were important. The lower ones were relatively less important. However, Fong Ping still saw a rather interesting document. The World Martial Arts Association is preparing for the World Youth Competition. Fong Ping glanced at it. He did not care much about the competition. It was mainly aimed at young martial artists below the age of 30, not martial arts universities. Martial arts university students were not old. The World Youth Competition had little to do with martial arts university students. What was interesting was that a sentence was added at the end. Sino Nation was also organizing a team for the competition. This time it was not an individual application, but a whole country. The members of the team were also selected by the government. Anyway, Fong Ping did not receive any news or invitation. The content of the document that MCMAU received was that some of the team members were interested in coming to MCMAU for an exchange. Of course, the target of the exchange was not students, but some MCMAU instructors. The document was nothing more than for MCMAU to prepare to receive them and have friendly exchanges. The team has been decided. Fong Ping rubbed his chin and chuckled. That's interesting. If that's the case, people like us are no longer part of the line? Could it be that they're all grandmasters below the age of 30? Even he, Fong Ping, was not invited. After all, he had killed a peak rank 6 martial artist. Also, this was the first time he knew about the World Martial Arts Youth Competition. There was no news about it. The name was awesome, but why did it feel like there was a hint of sparring in it? Thinking of this, Fong Ping made another call. The call went through after a long time. As soon as the call went through, Li Hansong said with red eyes, Fong Ping, don't try to scare me. I haven't known you for long. Fong Ping looked confused. After a while, he thought of something and smiled. Let's not talk about the past. I don't care about it. You don't have to care too much about it. All right, let's not talk about this today. Do you know about the World Martial Arts Youth Competition? What? You don't know either? What youth competition? Forget it. It's useless to ask. All right, is there an exchange group going to CCMAU for an exchange? Li Hansong said blankly, I don't know. As the president of the Martial Arts Society, you're useless. Fong Ping cursed. Li Hansong, as the president of the Martial Arts Society, was really useless. He did not care about anything and even said that the Martial Arts Society and the university leaders were jointly governing the Martial Arts University. What nonsense. Li Hansong was a little embarrassed. I really don't know. Do you think I'm like you, seizing power in MCMAU? Go ask later if there's any. Also, they came to MCMAU for an exchange. Do they think MCMAU is so free? Motherf, ***. It doesn't feel right when I think about it. Don't tell me those rich kids are coming? What? Fang Ping did not have the energy to retort. Look, this was the president of a low-end martial arts society. He did not know anything, and the information was not equal. He could fool him however he wanted. Forget it. We'll talk about it later. You don't know anything. People like you, no matter how strong you are, you're just a thug. Brother, no matter how strong your combat strength is, you still have to understand. Haven't you suffered enough in the past? Do you want to repeat the mistakes of the past? Li Han Song was silent. I don't know what you're talking about. I always feel that in front of Fang Ping, I'm an idiot who knows nothing. Do you know how many students CCMAU is recruiting this year? I don't pay attention. Do you know how many peak rank 6 there are in your university? 8. What about those in the other stages of rank 6? 46. How many rank 4 and rank 5 instructors? About 350. I didn't calculate the specifics. Both of them asked and answered. Li Han Song once again felt like he had returned to his elementary school days. Whatever the teacher asked, he would answer. However, the previous conversation made him feel embarrassed. He did not know anything. Compared to Fang Ping, he did not seem to be the president of the martial arts society. As for the instructor's strength, it was not a big secret. If they really wanted to calculate it, MCMAU could also do it. He was too lazy to hide anything. However, when Fang Ping asked about the resources in CCMAU's inventory, Li Han Song suddenly shut up. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Can I tell you about this? Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He did not ask any more. Finally, he said, the situation has been turbulent recently. All sorts of monsters have appeared. Be careful. Also, don't leak what Wang Jinyang and I told you. At most, tell Yao Qingjun. Don't tell anyone else. Oh, got it. Iron Head. Sai, forget it. I won't talk about it. Try to recover as soon as possible. At least recover your strength. I'd rather you guys don't recover your memories. On the other end of the phone, Li Han Song fell silent again. Just as Fang Ping was about to hang up, Li Han Song suddenly struggled and said, Back then, how many people died in battle? Did they all come back to life? Fang Ping was silent for a while. He was thinking about how to make up a story. He could not make it up anymore. After a while, Fang Ping sighed. Don't ask anymore. These are all in the past. Right now, I'm Fang Ping and your Li Han Song. That's enough. All right, I'm hanging up. I won't talk anymore. Okay, Li Han Song did not ask anymore. He hung up the phone, a hint of melancholy on his face. Phew! Fang Ping also let out a sigh of relief. He suddenly said, I can't make up anymore. If I continue to spout nonsense, the government will come after me. Fang Ping shook his head. That's it. I'm just messing with these mutated fellows. I didn't lie to the others. Chun Yunqi blinked. Was he making it up? Although she did not listen carefully, she could vaguely hear that Li Han Song's tone was not right. Did Fang Ping fool Li Han Song? At this moment, Chun Yunqi was a little in awe. Fang Ping was really amazing. He was stronger than them in terms of martial arts and intelligence. He was both smart and brave. Her grandfather always said that martial artists were not boorish people. True martial artists were brave and resourceful. He was talking about people like Fang Ping, right? Besides, Fang Ping knew how to earn money, unlike her, who had to rely on her grandfather's support. Fang Ping earned money for his own cultivation. He had so many resources that he could not finish spending them. He could also help the teachers and students in the school. He was affectionate and loyal. Although everyone was borrowing money, Chun Yunqi did not think there was anything wrong with it. Moreover, Fang Ping did not ask for money from them. It was obvious that he was helping them on purpose. He did not make them feel guilty. He was thinking of everyone. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Fang Ping had too many good points, so many that she felt ashamed. Chapter 454. As soon as the policy was announced on the 10th of March, it became a hot topic in society. Fang Ping did not spend too much time on it. It had nothing to do with him. MCMAU was prepared to recruit more people. Bay Gardens, the villa area. Fang Ping had been busy with MCMAU's affairs for the past few days. Today he had received a call from Fang Yuan. It was already the 13th of March. In the living room on the first floor, Fang Yuan asked expectantly, "Brother, my vitality can't increase anymore. Can I break through and become a martial artist now?" "What's your vitality? Have you checked it?" "Yes, 182 calories." Fang Yuan pouted, a little disappointed. It had been more than a month since she had broken through to twice honed, but her vitality had only increased by 2 calories. Thrice honing was definitely out of the question. At this point, there was no point in nurturing her vitality anymore. 182 calories, as expected. Fang Ping was not surprised. He could still think of a way to help his sister achieve twice honing with resources. Thrice honing, however, was not a matter of money. Chunyinchi was spoiled, right? In the end, her vitality was stuck at 199 calories. No matter how hard she tried, she could not achieve thrice honing. No matter how poor Qinyao was, he was not at the point where he could not afford to raise his granddaughter. Fang Yuan was stuck at 182 calories. Obviously, there was no room for improvement. A few more cal would not do any good. "Are you familiar with your meridians?" "Yes, I've been familiar with them for a long time." "Are you preparing to hone your upper limbs or lower limbs?" "Lower limbs." "Lower limbs have 62 bones, 62 minor vessels opened, and then I'll start honing." Fang Ping said a few simple sentences, then said, "I won't stop you if you want to break through." Fang Ping paused, then suddenly said seriously, "Once you become a martial artist, even if you're my sister, you'll face some dangers sometimes. Dangers that you have to bear." "Fang Yuan, are you prepared for that?" Fang Yuan nodded quickly. Her little round face was also serious. She nodded. "I'm ready." Fang Ping suddenly felt like laughing when he saw her like this. This girl was especially funny when she was serious. Fang Ping could not help but pinch her cheek again. Fang Yuan looked unhappy. She said a little angrily, "Fang Ping, can you stop messing around? Our teacher said that becoming a martial artist is of great significance. The martial artists of our generation are the hope of mankind, the pillars of the country. Don't pinch my face." Fang Yuan was furious. "I'm about to become a martial artist and you're still pinching me? Don't you want your pride?" Fang Ping was overjoyed. He pinched them for a while more before smiling. "Your instructor is a martial artist too?" "Yes, brother. Our school has a martial arts class. The teacher is even a rank 3 martial artist, but he's not as good as you. Our teacher also knows you, and he said that you are very powerful." Fang Yuan's face was full of joy. She felt proud when people praised Fang Ping. In MCMAU's affiliated high school, most of the students had some sort of relationship with MCMAU's teachers and students. There were tutors' relatives, students' relatives, and even some graduates' families. There was no need for Fang Yuan to hide her identity when she entered the school. Everyone knew that she was Fang Ping's younger sister. She had taken to the school like a duck to water and made many new friends. At the mention of school, Fang Yuan suddenly remembered something and immediately said, "Brother, don't bully Ms. Song anymore." "Who?" "Song Ye's father." Fang Yuan pouted. "Song Ye said that you always bullied her father and made him clean the toilet." "Her father scolded you when he got home, Song Yingji." Fang Ping was dumbfounded. After a while he laughed and said, "Old Song no way. He's a rank 6 martial artist, and he complained to his daughter when he got home." He had only just found out that Song Yingji had a daughter, and she was also in MCMAU affiliated high school. After laughing for a while, Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. "His daughter is your classmate?" "Yes, they're both from the martial arts class." Fong Ping laughed again and explained, "Your brother didn't bully him. Her father is a rank 6, so it's not my turn to bully him." But Fong Ping frowned suddenly. "Take care of Songya in the future." Huh. Fong Ping shook his head and said nothing. Old Song did not come back this time. Song Ingji had gone to the catacombs before, but he was not in Hope City when the catacombs were in turmoil. He was nowhere to be found when they evacuated. When rank 6 martial artists entered the catacombs, if they wanted to break through, they would have to go further. Song Ingji was not the only one who did not come back. Actually, there were many people in the catacombs who had not come back yet. These people had gone far away, and no one knew where they were hiding now. As for whether they could come back, no one could be sure. In Magic City's catacombs, one could only leave but not enter. There were many things that Fong Ping could not receive news about. He did not know if Song Ingji had reached Hope City. He could only hope that this guy returned safely. When martial artists entered the catacombs, accidents were everywhere. Life and death could be decided in an instant. If Song Ingji still did not come back, then it would be dangerous. At MCMAU-affiliated high school, many of their family members had died. Fong Ping sighed softly. He pinched his sister's cheek again and said softly, "Girl, you have to know that after you become a martial artist, you have to face a lot of things, including battles between life and death." "Yes, I know." Fong Yuan became obedient. She bit her lip and said, "I knew on New Year's Day." In the past, she had always thought that her brother was very powerful and that no one was his match. Moreover, all she had seen before were sparring matches. In sparring matches, she had never seen anyone die. Fong Ping was also rarely injured, at least from what she saw. However, on New Year's Day, her brother was almost killed. She still knew that. "Actually, I hope that you can be happy and carefree for the rest of your life. You can be a little princess that everyone dotes on. However, no one can guarantee anything in the future. As long as I'm alive, everything will be fine. One day, when that time comes, since you're a martial artist, you have to bear the responsibilities of a martial artist. No one can play favorites for you." Fong Ping said softly. As long as he was alive, it would not be a problem for Fong Yuan to participate in the catacombs battle, unless she had reached rank 4, and it was mandatory. However, even if she was at rank 4, there were ways to compromise. Mandatory rank 4 missions were usually not too difficult. They could enter the catacombs to collect some materials, help defend the city, kill some scattered monsters, or seize 1 or 2 martial artist medals. These things were actually not difficult. Martial artists with a strong background could have their families help them prepare and enter the catacombs as a formality. The government did not force this. If you did not do the mission, your family would do it for you. That was the same. The mission was fixed. You could do it, or your family could do it. When Fong Yuan reached rank 4, Fong Ping would complete all the missions without any difficulty. He was afraid that he would die in the catacombs one day. When that happened, Fong Yuan, who was not powerful and had not experienced bloodshed, would be in even more danger. If he died, what would happen to his sister? If he did not have the strength to do the mission, he would be harming Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's eyes reddened. "Brother, don't talk nonsense. Moreover, I'm very powerful, okay? If anyone dares to cause trouble for you in the future, I'll help you." Fong Ping could not help but laugh. He chuckled. "All right, I won't say any more. Since you want to walk this path. Actually, you can't not walk it. After all, it's better to be powerful than not. All right, I'll help you break through and become an official martial artist today. A 16-year-old martial artist. My Gun is also a little genius." Fong Yuan was already 16 years old. She was no longer a child. However, a 16-year-old martial artist was still a rare sight. Under normal circumstances, it was best for a martial artist to break through at 18 years old. At that time, the bones would usually have grown and would not affect their subsequent cultivation. 16 years old was a little early. Some martial artist children would not break through even if they reached the limit of aspiring martial artists at 16 years old. Instead, they would choose to cultivate other things, such as combat techniques and pole standing. Fang Yuan was different. The girl had Fang Ping's support. Using life essence to nourish her bones was not something a grandmaster's family could afford. Even grandmasters depended on whether they had the means to obtain it. Hearing Fang Ping praise her as a genius, Fang Yuan beamed with joy. She said happily, "Brother, I knew it a long time ago." Fang Ping raised his eyebrows, feeling a little awkward. "You knew I lied to you about my talent?" The next moment, however, Fang Ping realized that he had misunderstood. Fang Yuan beamed. "My talent is actually not bad. It's just that you're too powerful. Our instructor said that you're the most talented martial artist in the world. Our instructor said that it's already very good that I can twice hone my bones. Even if I enter MCMAU, I'll still be a genius martial artist. At most, I'll just be a little bit weaker than you. You can be the most talented martial artist in the world. It's fine even if I'm a little weaker than you." She did not know that Fang Ping was fooling her. However, many students in the martial arts class were extremely envious of her twice honing and said that she had great talent. Fang Yuan was no longer pessimistic, nor did she feel inferior. Back in Sun City, no one understood. She had almost no contact with martial artists. Even Tan Jinping did not know much about it. At that time, Fang Yuan still felt inferior. Now, she knew that twice honing was already very powerful. Compared to Fang Ping, she was much weaker. Fang Ping coughed dryly. "Don't be complacent. You have to look forward. As Fang Ping's younger sister, twice honing is a disgrace. Don't compare yourself to others, understand? I, your brother, am the world's #1 among the younger generation. You might not be #1, but top 10, top 100. Forget it, top 1,000, right? There are already more than 100 twice-honed martial artists in MCMAU. This is just one school. Including the other martial arts universities, there are probably more than 1,000 twice-honed martial artists in school. This is only Sino Nation. The other countries added together have more martial artists than us, and the number of people is also higher. There are probably more than 10,000 people who are around your age in the same batch. I'm #1 in the world, and you're number 10,000. This doesn't make sense, does it?" Fang Yuan nodded heavily. "I'm not 10,000. Fang Ping laughed. This girl was still so easy to fool. Without further ado, Fang Ping stood up and said, "Let's go. Get ready for the breakthrough." "I've been ready for a long time." Fang Yuan looked excited as she entered the cultivation room with Fang Ping. Fang Ping took out rank 1 vitality pills, bone honing pills, viscer shielding pills, and some life essence. He still valued Fang Yuan's breakthrough very much. Breaking through to rank 1 was not too difficult. Through 62 minor vessels, vitality could flow through the bones and interact with the inside and outside, honing the bones. Under normal circumstances, with the help of pills and rank for protection, there would be no danger. Fang Yuan was twice honed, so it was even safer. In the cultivation room, Fang Yuan activated the methods of honing in a methodical manner. Soon, she began to expand the minor vessels. 62 minor vessels were quickly broken through. Halfway through, Fang Yuan consumed a rank 1 vitality pill. With sufficient vitality, she officially completed the breakthrough after more than an hour. "I've become a martial artist." After the breakthrough, Fang Yuan was very excited. Her dirty face kept rubbing against Fang Ping's body, her joy overflowing. Fang Ping smiled too, but his smile was a little forced. Becoming a martial artist also meant more danger. It was a pity that he was not a rank 9 paragon. At this moment, Fang Ping could empathize with the thoughts of those rank 9 paragon powerhouses. How many people could do it without caring about their family and children? If they really did not care, would they still fight to the death for humanity? People like Tian Mu were worthy of respect. Fang Ping admired them from the bottom of his heart. For humanity, for the race, no matter how much they had to sacrifice, they would not hesitate. One day, however, if he had to sacrifice his family, could Fong Ping do it? Only when I'm stronger can my family be safer. Fong Ping murmured in his heart. Why could those rank 9 Paragon powerhouses enjoy some special privileges? Why could they let their family stay behind in this era where all martial artists, middle ranks, had to enter the catacombs? It was because they were strong. They were fighting a bloody battle in the front line. In order to let them fight in peace, in order to let these people have people and things to protect, the government gave them special privileges. What were a few middle-ranked martial artists? If these rank 9 paragons felt sad and hopeless because of a few middle-ranked martial artists and felt that there was no need to protect anymore, that would be a disaster for humanity. Special privileges did not come out of nowhere. Although he thought about it, Fong Ping still cursed in his heart. It was understandable, but it did not mean that he was not envious, jealous, and hateful. It was a pity that he did not have a rank 9 paragon ancestor. Fong Ping did not publicize Fong Yuan's breakthrough. There was no need. The family ate a celebratory meal, quietly. Fong Yuan was happy, but she did not forget herself. Her big brother was already a peak rank 5, and she had just entered rank 1. The little girl did not have the mood to be proud of herself. After resting at home for a day, on the 14th of March, Fong Ping returned to MCMAU again. As soon as he returned to MCMAU, the university committee sent him an appointment letter. On the 18th of March, the youth competition team would be coming to MCMAU for an exchange. The person who sent the appointment letter was the director of the university committee. Fong Ping glanced at the appointment letter and smiled. Do you know who they are? How many people are coming? A total of 16 people. 2 grandmasters, Deputy Minister Wang from the Education Department, and Vice President Liu from the Sino-Nation Martial Arts Association are leading the remaining 14 people. There are 10 participants and 4 staff members. 2 grandmasters leading the team, and Minister Wang is a rank 8. This is a big scene. Do you have any information about the participants? Not at the moment. Did the teacher ask about the World Martial Arts Youth Competition? There is such a competition, but it is not open to the public. It is only spread within the World Martial Arts Association. So this time they came to MCMAU mainly to exchange pointers? Or do they have other motives? The director of the university office thought for a while and said, mainly to exchange pointers. They probably want to see the combat strength of our MCMAU instructors. President Fong, to Fong Yeming, this time it is mainly a rank 6 exchange. Do you think we should arrange for instructors to receive them? Fong Ping chuckled. No wonder they don't like our students. They are rank 6. 10 rank 6 martial artists under 30 years old are not weak, but that's about it. They were not as strong as he had expected. There were rank 6 martial artists under 30 years old in martial arts universities. Among the graduates of martial arts universities, there were some who had achieved rank 6 before 30 years old. For example, the rank 5 martial artists who graduated last year were only 23 or 24 years old. It was possible for them to achieve rank 6 before 30 years old. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Let the deans prepare. Deans? The director of the university office was stunned. The deans were all peak rank 6. If Old Man Li and Lu Fengru were included, there would be 2 high grandmasters. Fong Ping smiled. Let's see their strength and their attitude before making a decision. If they are serious about the exchange, then arrange for instructors of corresponding strength to receive them. If they have the intention to step on MCMAU, then let them know why the flowers are red. If they are deliberately looking for trouble, according to my prediction, if they are the descendants of important people, I won't beat them to death, but I'll beat them until they are seriously injured. Injuries are unavoidable in martial arts competitions. How they deal with it depends on themselves. MCMAU is now the #1 elite school. It was not easy to get this title. If they are trampled on, it will be embarrassing. CCMAU has always been unconvinced. We can't give them a chance. Having said that, Fong Ping sighed softly. It's a pity that MCMAU doesn't have a peerless powerhouse. If there was a peerless powerhouse, then that would be the true source of confidence. Without saying anything more, Fong Ping exhaled and said, "For the next few days, the dean and the other deans can discuss the school's matters. I will be cultivating in seclusion for the next few days." The director of the university office was stunned. He whispered, "President Fong is going to break through to rank 6? That was 2F asterisk king scary." Fong Ping smiled and shook his head. "Not so fast. For the next few days, I want to sort out the problems of my martial arts cultivation, cultivate my combat techniques, and then try to find the Sanjiao Gate." Finding it did not mean that he was a rank 6. The Sanjiao Gate was between reality and illusion. Once it was found, he still had to materialize it, link up the energy, and start sealing it. Only then would he be considered to have entered rank 6. Before peak rank 6, the main cultivation was on the Sanjiao Gate. Phew! The dean breathed a sigh of relief. He was only in early stage rank 6. If Fong Ping entered rank 6, he would want to jump off a building, although he would not die from the fall. As Fong Ping said that, he added, "Of course, if there's any news from the Magic City catacombs, you can send someone to inform me at any time." It had been a week since he left the catacombs. There was still no news from the catacombs. Fong Ping was also a little worried. If he did not return soon, he was worried that there would be problems in the catacombs. "All right, I'll send someone to inform you immediately if there's any news." On the afternoon of the 14th of March, Fong Ping began his closed-door cultivation. This time, he really had to sort out his martial arts path properly. At this time, it had been less than 2 years since he came into contact with martial arts. In 2 years, he had advanced consecutively. Now he was even taking steps toward rank 6. His speed was so fast that it could not be any faster. With such a fast cultivation speed, Fong Ping's understanding of martial arts was actually far less profound than other people's. Many people could already create combat techniques in the middle ranks. As for him, forget about creating, it was difficult for him to even improve an existing combat technique. In terms of vitality control and strength control, Fong Ping was actually very weak. Nowadays, Fong Ping was not the only one who had this problem. A few prodigy martial artists who advanced too quickly more or less had this problem. When Qin Fengqing was rank 3, he could kill enemies of a higher rank. However, when he was at rank 5, Qin Fengqing could forget about killing rank 6. If he could defeat a middle stage rank 5, he would be considered powerful. If he encountered some veteran middle stage rank 5, even if this guy's celestial bridge became bald, he might not be a match for them. Compared to Qin Fengqing, Wang Jinyang and the rest were slightly better. They had actually stayed at rank for a long time. However, when they reached rank 5, these guys' advancement speed had also increased. They might not have much time to accumulate. As Fong Ping began his closed-door cultivation, the entire MCMU fell into complete silence. Everyone was cultivating hard, seizing every opportunity. This year, the news of the catacombs had been announced internally in MCMAU. Chapter 455. While Fong Ping was in closed-door cultivation, on the highway from Capital City to Magic City, a large bus was traveling at high speed. On the bus, there were more than 10 people, men, women, and children. At this moment, a chubby young man in the front row turned his head to look at a girl behind him and chuckled. "Susu, when we reach Magic City, let's go out and have some fun. I've been bored to death these past few years. Magic City is the most prosperous place in Sino Nation." The girl in the back row had a small braid. She looked young and petite, but her chest was bulging. If Fong Ping was here, he would probably compare her to Ling Yi. They were all about the same height. Look at how she looked like. The girl called Susu blinked and shook her head. "I'm not playing. We're going to spar. The chubby young man said indifferently, Spar isn't important. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Jiang Chao! Before the chubby man finished speaking, a young man behind him said coldly, Who told you winning or losing doesn't matter? If you have such thoughts, then don't go. Don't embarrass us. The chubby Jiang Chao listened to the man and pursed his lips. I can't beat them. What do you want me to do? Which MCMAU instructor hasn't fought in the catacombs? As he said that, Jiang Chao added, Yes, we've fought in the catacombs too. There's a rank 8 watching you from the side. We rank SAXS need someone to back us up when we fight rank 5. Anyway, I don't think I can beat those desperados. What if I'm beaten to death in the arena? The stern young man's cheeks trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, We haven't even fought and you already know we'll lose? It's because there are too many useless people like you that people look down on us. Jiang Chao said lazily, Li Fei, don't push everything to me. Also, I wasn't the one who suggested going to MCMAU to spar. I didn't want to go there to fight anyway. If you want to be a spoiled brat, then be a spoiled brat. If you insist on showing off, what if you get beaten up? I heard that the guys in martial arts universities are not to be trifled with. No, the average ones are easier to deal with, but MCMAU is not. Last time, those grandmasters from MCMAU flew straight to Capital City and wanted to fight. Rank 8s wanted to fight Paragon. If I had known earlier, I would have gone straight to CCMAU. If you insist on going to MCMAU, they don't care who your ancestors are. Just as the two of them were about to quarrel, the short girl said unhappily, All right. You're always quarreling. It's so annoying. And Fatty Jiang, you're not allowed to say that you can't win or admit defeat. I'm going to get angry if you continue. If he hadn't fought before, how would he know he wouldn't be able to win? Perhaps they aren't that strong. We all have our own absolute arts, top-notch battle techniques created by our ancestors. Also, our weapons and armor are the best. We'll only know after we fight, right? Jiang Chao said lazily, Up to you. Also, why do we have to participate in the youth competition? Damn, so annoying. Jiang Chao grumbled, I don't want to participate at all. I just want to eat and wait for death. What a good-for-nothing. Li Fei let out a humph and said coldly, If you can't reach rank 8, it'll be hard for you to eat and wait for death. When that day comes, even if you can run, you're a rank 6. If you can't find a place to stay, you'll have to stay in the space capsule for the rest of your life. When you reach rank 8, even if you run, at least you'll be able to get out of the space capsule. Jiang Chao yawned and said, Let's talk about whether I can run or not. I just want to enjoy myself first. It's fine even if I don't run. If they really fight, I'll just stuff myself to death. I'll feel good even if I die. Everyone in the car was speechless. This fellow, he had reached the limit of his ambition. Li Fei ignored him. Su Zissou, on the other hand, said unhappily, You're not like Big Brother Jiang at all. You're a disgrace to your brother. Jiang Chao said unhappily, Don't mention him. Su, don't even think about that fellow. That fellow is a psychopath who kills for fun. I heard that this time he tortured and killed a rank 7 female high rank over there. It was especially cruel. All martial artists who kill catacombs martial artists are heroes. Su Zissou retorted immediately. She was starting to get annoyed. Jiang Chao scolded. If he killed, then he killed. Don't you know what torture means? This fellow is really a psychopath. He'll be hacked to death sooner or later. He won't. Then we'll wait and see. Jiang Chao curled his lips and continued. Oh, right, Li Fei, if you're so awesome, why don't you go there? Li Fei snorted coldly. I'll go there sooner or later. Come on. How many years have you been saying this? If you're afraid of death, then be afraid of it. You just have to pretend to be a hero. I despise people like you the most. Jiang Chao said disdainfully. He chuckled and looked at a young man in the back who had not spoken all this while. He squinted his eyes and smiled. Zhang Nanqi, I heard that your distant uncle, High Grandmaster Zhang, was beaten up by MCMAU's vice-chancellor previously. You're not going there to seek revenge, are you? In the back row, the young man in black retracted his gaze from the window. He turned his head to look at Jiang Chao and said lightly, Do you think I'll seek revenge from a rank 8 Grandmaster? I'm not talking about MCMAU's vice-chancellor. I'm talking about that Fong Ping. I heard that this fellow is very arrogant. He's got your distant uncle in the palm of his hand. Do you want to go and get him this time? Zhang Nanqi frowned. He's only rank 5. Also, Grandmaster Zhang Minghong and my family are already very distant. Why should I seek revenge? He's said to have killed a peak rank 6 before. Don't you want to try his skills? To be honest, I'm a little vague about those instructors. But these martial arts university students are younger than me. I really don't want to be vague about them. Jiang Chao chuckled. There aren't any rank 6 martial arts university students. Otherwise, I directly challenge them to a duel. I'm not afraid. How old are they? Even if they went to the catacombs, how many times have they gone down? How powerful can they be? No matter how little we've seen, our foundation is still there. Our experience might not be any worse than theirs. That's what makes it interesting. We'll challenge those instructors who have killed countless people. Sigh, the more I think about it, the more pessimistic I get. As these people were talking, a middle-aged man who had been silent all this while chuckled. Jiang Chao, don't underestimate martial arts university students. Others aside, this Fong Ping you mentioned, he's ranked first in the rank 5 ranking list. His reputation is not undeserved. When you go to MCMAU, try not to look for trouble with him. This kid has a bad temper. Bad temper. Jiang Chao was instantly amused. Don't tell me he dares to hit me? Minister Wang looked at him for a moment. After a while, he said faintly, As long as he doesn't kill you, then it's fine. He's a rank 5 martial artist, and he beat you half to death. No matter how much Senior Jiang protects you, it won't be to this extent. Jiang Chao mumbled, Minister Wang, I don't like what you're saying. I didn't say that I'm counting on my elder master. What I'm saying is, I'm a middle stage rank 6 martial artist. Why would I be afraid of a rank 5? What are you thinking? Minister Wang heard this and looked at him. Seeing that everyone else was looking at him too, he thought for a while and said, You guys were the ones who suggested going to MCMAU to learn from each other. Then we should follow the rules and learn from each other properly. MCMAU's instructors are all teachers. As long as you guys follow the rules, they will not be stingy with their guidance. You know, these instructors are powerhouses who fight on the front lines. Moreover, they have many years of experience in teaching martial arts. They are not comparable to those boorish men in the military department. Those boorish men can fight and kill on their own, but they are much worse when it comes to giving guidance to others. However, if you guys have the intention of looking for trouble or something else, then you should take it easy. It's true that MCMAU doesn't have peerless powerhouses, but martial arts universities belong to the Ministry of Education. Minister Zhang will not allow MCMAU to be bullied. Do you guys understand what I mean? Li Fei frowned. Minister Wang, you're thinking too much. That's for the best. Minister Wang said, then smiled. Also, everyone should pay more attention to the youth martial arts competition. The competition this time is not for fun, nor is it meant to be a casual competition. Letting you fight is the will of the seniors. You are also the cream of the crop among the crowd. The seniors feel that the martial arts university students and the military department martial artists cannot represent their will. They believe in your immediate family, so they let you fight. However, if you really lose the competition, everyone, it will be a great loss. Jiang Chao said disapprovingly, What's so great about it? It's just a spot in the restricted zone. I'm not going. If I lose it, so be it. The corner of Minister Wang's mouth twitched. Beside him, Li Fei and the others glared at him. He had no ambition. Moron! Idiot! In order to fight for these spots, how much did the elders in the front pay? If they really lost some, they would not be able to make up for it, even if they chopped this guy to death. Su Zissou looked dissatisfied as well. She said angrily, Fatty Jiang, look at you. You'll never be able to woo me in this lifetime. Jiang Chao yawned and said, I didn't come out much in the past. I haven't seen much of the world. I haven't seen many beautiful women. That's why I had some thoughts about you. Now that you're out, I heard that there are beautiful women everywhere in Magic City. You really think too highly of yourself. Susu, when the time comes, don't be jealous of me when I get a beauty. You think that I'm not good now. When the time comes, you'll know that I, Jiang Chao, am a rare good man. When the time comes, go and regret it. You! Su Zissou was so angry that her face turned red. This bastard was too much. In the car, the other young men and women also started scolding one after another. All of them were targeting Jiang Chao. Jiang Chao looked indifferent. Scold all you want. I'll pretend I didn't hear it. Beside him, Minister Wang and another Grandmaster Powerhouse looked at each other helplessly, shaking their heads slightly. These guys, it was best not to cause trouble for them. As for the competition, there was nothing they could do even if they lost. If those seniors insisted on sending their descendants to fight, then they could only bear the consequences themselves. On one hand, these seniors wanted their descendants to be safe. On the other hand, they were unwilling to let their descendants become useless, so they wanted to train them. The catacombs was too dangerous. The other rank SAXS were veterans who had been on the battlefield for a long time. They were not young either, so they could not provoke these young people. By organizing a World Youth Martial Arts Grand Competition, they could pull a group of martial artists of similar status, age, and strength to compete. They could gain some experience, and their safety was guaranteed. If they were defeated, they would have the motivation to cultivate well. Their efforts would not be in vain. The others were still better. They were still motivated. Minister Wang's gaze turned to Jiang Chao. This little fatty, he really had no ambition at all. He did not know how he cultivated to rank 6. Not to mention the top 5, he could seal a Sanjiao gate. He was not useless either. Why was he so unreliable? Minister Wang rubbed his temples, hoping that everything would go smoothly in this MCMU trip. He had met Fong Ping before. It was best for these guys not to provoke these troublemakers from martial arts universities. Last time, Fong Ping said he would screw Zheng Minghong in front of so many grandmasters. This kid was extremely daring. Nanjiang Catacombs and Magic City Catacombs had caused a huge commotion because of him. If they really pissed him off, he would not care who their ancestors were. Moreover, if they were really beaten up by Fong Ping, their ancestors would not have the face to say anything. The best resources, the best weapons, armor, in addition to the combat techniques that were most suitable for them. Their ranks were also higher than the other parties. If they could not beat him, then they were all useless. The point is, they might not be able to beat him, Minister Wang muttered in his heart. However, thinking about Fong Ping's personality that he understood, that guy was also a smart person. He would not go so far as to be ruthless. However, the kid who came this time had to be careful not to get screwed over before he could go back. They're all rich people. If I really get screwed over by that kid, it doesn't seem too bad. Minister Wang continued to murmur in his heart. Maybe I should take the initiative to find some trouble for them? The Ministry of Education was poor too. If Fong Ping screwed more, would there be any hope of splitting the profits 50-50? Fong Ping alone might not be enough. Should I call Li Han Song too? If 2 peak rank 5 were to fight these guys, no one would pick on them. Wang Jingyang's rank is a little low, only middle stage rank 5. He might not be their match. Should I call him over to try too? Minister Wang sank into deep thought. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it might not be impossible. The Ministry of Education was poor, and so were the martial arts universities. They were all poor. These kids in the car were real tycoons. Even if they did not bring anything with them with their status, their families would not go so far as to renege on a debt, right? Get a few dozen caddies of life essence, and some good stuff that can nourish mentality. Those seniors should have a lot of leftover goods on hand, right? Minister Wang had completely entered a state of fantasy. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his considerations made sense. There were some things that the government naturally had, but there was too little porridge and too many people, not enough to go around. There were many things that the seniors could not use, but they could not let these seniors take the initiative to hand over these things. That would be too much. Which powerhouse did not have some private stashes? Sharing everything from the same big pot would not work. However, if their direct descendants lost something, they would not go back on their words, would they? McMao, Southern Area Library. Fong Ping said that he was going into closed-door cultivation, but he did not go to the energy room or the vitality pool. He did not need these anyway. This guy's closed-door cultivation was to read books, read information, read documents, and look at maps. Fong Ping had not been to the library much. In the past, he did not think that it was necessary, but after reading for a few days, Fong Ping suddenly realized that it was indeed necessary to read more books. About martial arts, about anecdotes and miscellaneous things, even some historical books and folklore, he could read them all. The location of the Sanjiao Gate can actually be done this way. I've learned something new. At this moment, Fong Ping was holding an ancient book with yellowed pages in his hands. According to this book, the location of the Sanjiao Gate did not necessarily have to be slowly explored and found by oneself. There was once a rank 5 powerhouse who achieved unity of heaven and man at rank 5, and the Sanjiao Gate appeared on its own. The so-called unity of heaven and man, according to the current understanding, was when one's essence, spirit, and spirit reached a peak and merged into one. It was almost the same meaning as rank 3's unity of fist force. When one's essence, spirit, and spirit became one, and vitality pierced through the sky, the Sanjiao Gate could be drawn out directly. Of course, the requirements were very high. Most rank 5 martial artists could not do this. If rank 5 martial artists nowadays wanted to find the Sanjiao Gate, they had to explore slowly, to sense, and then draw it out bit by bit. This was a work of art. Maybe I can try, but my control over my strength is too weak. I can't unleash my full strength now. Otherwise, with my foundation, I can totally do this. Putting down the ancient book in his hands, Fong Ping picked up another book and flipped through it again, muttering, rank 7 hone the skull, rank 8 forge the golden body. I didn't know what rank 9 cultivates before. Now I know a little. Interesting. At that stage, can I still be considered human? Although Fong Ping felt that he was not considered human now, he had not completely left the category of human. However, rank 9, according to the book, he really could not be considered human anymore. Wu Chuan and these rank 9s can't reach what the book says at all. Is it because I haven't seen them unleash their true strength, or are they really very weak? Fong Ping rubbed his chin. Now he felt that Wu Chuan and these people might be fake rank 9s. He had never seen a rank 9 paragon before. Maybe the paragon was what was recorded in the book. Also, Old Manly guessed that there might be many rank 8 golden bodies hidden in the sect world. It might not be fake. Some of the old antiques are still alive. Fong Ping murmured again. There was a book that recorded that an instructor in MCMAU had once met a suspected rank 8 golden body powerhouse on Earth. The reason why he suspected that it was from the sect world was because the old antiques had long hair and wore ancient clothes, different from the current martial artists. As for the catacombs martial artists, the probability of them sneaking into Earth was not high. It was difficult to hide that kind of powerhouse. The more I know, the more insignificant I feel. And I still lack a lot of key information. Why is no one willing to tell me? Fang Ping shook his head. In the next moment, a term flashed in his mind. Exchange group. I don't know, but what about those guys? If those guys were really the ones in the species conservation plan, these people rarely appeared in the open. They mainly cultivated, so they might be relatively simpler. These guys, could he trick a few of them to leak some information to him? Also, these guys should be very rich, right? At this moment, Fang Ping's thoughts were suddenly the same as Minister Wang's. With an old ancestor like Niu Tian Tian, his family should be very rich. Trash in the eyes of a rank 9 paragon might be a treasure in his eyes. Back then, when he was still not a martial artist, Fang Ping treated a normal vitality pill as a treasure. Now, if a normal vitality pill fell on the ground, Fang Ping would probably pick it up, but he would not feel anything if he gave it away casually. If he was like that, those top-notch powerhouses would probably be like that too, right? Looks like it's necessary to communicate with these people. Fang Ping rubbed his chin. Previously, he did not really want to pay attention to this exchange group. It would be better if he had the time to cultivate himself. Messing around with these people was a waste of time. But now, maybe it was really time to meet them. The purpose of cultivating combat techniques is still to control power. This can't be rushed. Maybe fighting a few battles with people with all my strength is where my opportunity to advance to rank 6 lies. Chapter 456, March 18th, morning. At the entrance of MCMAU's auditorium, Old Man Li glanced at Fang Ping. After a while, he said, "Aren't you in closed-door cultivation?" "So, you've only been in closed-door cultivation for a few days?" "You're in closed-door cultivation on the 14th. You came out yesterday. You call this closed-door cultivation?" Fang Ping chuckled. "Instructor, powerhouses don't come out of closed-door cultivation." Old Man Li was speechless. After thinking for a while, he said, "Don't cause trouble." "Instructor, why would you have such an idea?" Fang Ping looked surprised. Old Man Li sighed, saying desolately, "Kid, the old ancestor is very powerful. He can kill me with one breath. I can't take it. Do you understand?" Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. He did not reply. Instead, he asked doubtfully, so exaggerated, "Kill you with one breath?" Old Man Li was not the kind of person who was humble. "What do you think?" Old Man Li helped to explain. "Do you think Alliance leader Zhao Xingwu can kill me with one move?" Fang Ping thought for a while. "Not necessarily. Maybe 3 to 5 moves?" Old Man Li laughed. "Probably about the same. Alliance leader Zhao is ranked 48th among rank 9. Speaking of Mayor Nan, do you think she can kill me with one move?" "That should be about the same. If she meets a rank 9 paragon, she probably can't take 10 moves. That's scary." "It's that scary." Old Man Li nodded, saying seriously, "Of course, I've never seen a paragon fight. I only heard it from others. But Wu Chuan, that old fellow, said once that there's a huge gap between everyone. Guardian Wu. I feel like I've embarrassed the 4 big guardians." Fang Ping mumbled softly. "For big guardians. 2 of them were top-notch powerhouses. One was a powerhouse ranked 18th globally. When it came to Wu Chuan, he was almost out of the top 100. As soon as he said that, a few people next to him looked at him strangely. "Kid, you dare to look down on rank 9 powerhouses? Wu Chuan is not here. Otherwise, he can kill you with one slap." Old Man Li glared at him impatiently. He said, "Wu Chuan is considered young among rank 9. He still has a lot of potential. What's more, the divine armament he uses isn't much, it's only at the 8th grade, so it seems a little weak. The others who are ranked above him all have 9th grade divine armaments." The moment he said that, Luo Yichuan and the others felt a little uncomfortable. Old Man Li's ego had swelled too. An 8th grade divine weapon in his mouth became nothing much. "Have you?" Even if it was a level 9 expert, not everyone had one. Old Man Li did not care too much about what he had said. He said, "Also, don't provoke Wu Chuan. He's the only rank 9 great grandmaster in MCMAU for so many years. For MCMAU to be able to develop to this stage, it was also related to some of his support. Ever since he became the South Guardian, the relationship between the South Guardian House and MCMAU has always been very close. If one of the 4 Guardian Houses supports MCMAU, then MCMAU will have enough confidence. Do you understand?" "Understood. MCMAU's biggest backer is Guardian Wu?" Old Man Li laughed. "You can't say that. The Department of Education still supports us. No matter how fierce the fights between martial arts universities are, it's all internal affairs. To the outside world, our martial arts universities are still one and belong to the Department of Education. Against schools like CCMAU, the South Guardian House is one of our trump cards. However, against other departments or sects, the Department of Education is our biggest backer. Do you understand?" "Understood." Fong Ping nodded. This was not strange. It was normal for there to be many mountains. After a brief chat, Old Man Li returned to the main topic. "Let's not talk about this. I'm saying this because you, kid, don't give me any trouble. Do you understand?" Fong Ping looked helpless. "That's strange. I didn't say anything about giving him trouble. Besides, their ancestors are so awesome. Why would I give them trouble for no reason? Instructor, I'm here to receive the exchange group. As the president of the Martial Arts Society, this is basic etiquette, right?" Old Man Li glanced at him and did not say another word. After a while, Old Man Li said, "They're here." In front, a bus had already entered the school, driving slowly toward them. On the bus, the exchange group had arrived in Magic City yesterday. After resting for a day, they arrived at MCMAU today. Jiang Chao looked around through the window. He was a little bored. MCMAU isn't lively enough. I don't see many people. Minister Wang chuckled. Why do martial arts universities need to be so lively? Jiang Chao did not say much. He said, "Since we're here, are we going to challenge them directly?" "There's no hurry. Let's take a look around MCMAU first." Minister Wang chuckled. "The few of you have never been to a martial arts university. Although MCMAU was not established as long as CCMAU, it has developed very quickly in recent years. It also has its own unique points. Everyone should interact more with your peers." As soon as he finished speaking, someone on the bus suddenly frowned. "So weak? Only rank 1. Isn't MCMAU the top elite school?" At this moment, a few students passed by near the bus. Sensing the strength of these students' vitality, someone could not help but say, "Rank 1." For them, it seemed like a very distant thing. Among these people, some had broken through early, becoming martial artists at the age of 11 or 12. There were even those who entered the middle ranks at the age of 15 or 16. Today, these people were not even 30 years old. The older ones were 27 or 28 years old. The younger ones, like Su Zissou, were only 24 years old. Although they were a few years older than the MCMAU students, there was still a world of difference between rank 1 and rank 6. Minister Wang smiled faintly. After all, MCMAU is only a school that caters to students from all over the country. Most of the students are not martial artists when they enter the school. This is different from everyone else. Rank 1 students are very normal. Do you think everyone is like you? Life essence that even Grandmaster's treasure is used to nourish the bones? Not everyone did not understand this. Su Zissou said, "Some of the people in martial arts universities are very powerful. I heard that Fong Ping was not a martial artist 2 years ago. Now he has broken through to peak rank 5. Uncle Wang, is that true?" "Indeed." Minister Wang smiled. "It's not just Fong Ping. The other people in martial arts universities are also very good. NMAU's Wang Jinyang only used 3 years to go from aspiring martial artist to rank 5. Li Hansong took 4 years, but he was already rank 1 when he entered the school. Yao Chunjun is almost the same. With that said, the few youths in the car were not as arrogant as they thought. They entered rank 5 in 3 to 4 years. They were not as weak as they thought. Jiang Chao calculated for a while and said suddenly, peak rank 5 in 2 years. How did this guy do it? I started martial arts when I was 10, entered rank 1 at 14 and rank 4 at 18. Rank 5 at 20, peak rank 5 at 22, and now he's 26, Minister Wang smiled. These people are able to stand out among so many people in Sino Nation. Naturally, they have something special about them. Also, martial arts university students are in the golden cultivation period. It's normal for them to break through faster. Although he said that Minister Wang's heart was screaming that it was not normal. Not everyone was like this. Do not take the minority to mean the majority. In less than 2 years, Fang Ping had broken many records from aspiring martial artist to peak rank 5. Although Jiang Chao and the others were young and had extremely high ranks, it did not mean that they could break through in a short period of time. They had been in contact with martial arts for a long time. They had been practicing since they were young. As for injuries to their bodies and bones, they did not have to worry about them. They were unlike others who had to consider these things when they were young and did not dare to cultivate excessively. After a few words, Jiang Chao poked his head out of the car window and asked, Minister Wang, is Fang Ping in front? Minister Wang did not have to poke his head out. He smiled and said, yes, he's the youngest one. That's him. He doesn't look that good. Jiang Chao said casually. Li Fei frowned and said, look at yourself first. Besides, martial artists don't care about looks. This guy's considerations were very different from everyone else's. Who looked at martial artists, especially male martial artists, the first thing they considered was their looks. Su Zissou also poked her head out and saw Fang Ping in the crowd. She grinned and said he's okay. He's quite handsome, but he's different from what I imagined. I thought he was a cool, handsome guy like Zheng Nanqi. At this moment, Fang Ping in the crowd was full of smiles. When he saw someone observing him on the approaching bus, he smiled and nodded. He smiled brightly, but old man Li gave him a light kick from the side. When this kid smiled, it was usually not a good thing. It was a good thing that he was not polite to people. Fang Ping did not bat an eyelid. He maintained his smile and said in a low voice, Instructor, why did you kick me? Show the demeanor of MCMAU and welcome people with a smile. Old man Li snorted, but did not say anything. When the bus stopped, Old man Li brought his people forward and said with a smile, Minister Wang, President Liu, welcome to MCMAU for the exchange. Changsheng, you don't have to be so polite. Minister Wang got off the bus and said with a smile, Dean Liu isn't in school. Yes, but he's still consolidating his realm. Then please congratulate him on my behalf. He's finally broken through. I'll definitely bring him to. The few grandmasters smiled and conversed. After a while, Minister Wang turned his head and said, This is Dean Li from MCMAU School of Weaponry. This is Dean Luo from Combat Finger School. After introducing everyone for a while, when he saw Fang Ping, Minister Wang smiled and said, You young people, I won't introduce you to each other. How about this? I'll have a chat with Dean Li and the others about the exchange. Fang Ping, bring them to MCMAU for a tour. They're all young people. I think they'll have something in common. Fang Ping noticed that the young men and women across from him were sizing him up. With a friendly expression, he said, All right, Minister, you guys go ahead and chat. I'll show my seniors around. Okay, we'll go in first. After Minister Wang and the others left, Fang Ping chuckled and said, Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself first. Before he could finish, Jiang Chao interrupted. You're Fang Ping? Yes. I wonder how I should address you, senior. Jiang Chao, middle stage rank 6. Su Zissou, early stage rank 6. Li Fei, upper stage rank 6. Jiangnanchi, upper stage rank 6. There were a total of 10 young people present, 7 men and 3 women. Among them, there were 5 early stage rank 6, 3 middle stage, and 2 upper stage. This strength looked impressive, but in reality, Fang Ping did not really care. He thought that there would be peak rank 6, but there was none. Martial artists who had not reached peak rank 6 in other stages of rank 6, in order to seal the Sanjiao Gate, it was actually very difficult for them to go all out and use all their strength. He was still a little wary of peak martial artists. However, the strongest one was only upper stage rank 6, which was nothing. After they were done introducing themselves, Fang Ping still did the introductions, saying, Fang Ping, peak rank 5. When young martial artists met, it was not considered showing off to introduce themselves to each other. After the introductions, Su Zissou asked curiously, Fang Ping, did you really start practicing martial arts the year before last? Yes. You've killed a peak rank 6 martial artist before. Fang Ping quickly denied, saying, how is that possible? I'm no match for a peak rank 6. Of course, the other party did die in my hands. It's probably because the evil sect martial artist was too weak, probably a fake peak, or he was injured before the fight. I see. As soon as he said that, these people breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Chao chuckled and said, that's what I said, but it's still not bad. Even if that guy was injured, you can still kill him. Your strength is still not bad. Fang Ping smiled and said, I can't compare to my seniors. You're all rank 6 and Grandmaster is in sight. I'm still far away. Senior brothers and senior sisters, let me show you around. Everyone nodded slightly. Fang Ping walked in front, smiling as he walked, saying, I'll bring you to the southern area first. That's where the essence of MCMAU is. MCMAU's energy room and vitality pool are famous in the country. As he said this, Fang Ping revealed a proud expression. As he said that, he turned his head to look at the crowd and said, Seniors, have you cultivated in these facilities before? This guy's expression was as if they had never seen these facilities before, which made them frown slightly. In the crowd, a woman could not help but say, Energy room? You mean those cultivation rooms that burn energy stones? Yes, Senior Sister Lu knows about it too. The woman called Senior Sister Lu pursed her lips when she heard that and said lightly, I've seen it a few times. It burns some low-grade energy stones to assist in cultivation, and there are many impurities in the energy. We don't use this. We have a martial arts building over there, and it's built with rank 9 energy stones. Rank 9 energy stones. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows and said with some surprise, Energy stones are divided into grades. The woman named Lu said matter-of-factly, Of course. Energy purity below 10% is raw, or 10% to 19% is rank 1, and so on. 90% to 99% is rank 9. Actually, they're 100% purity, but it's very rare. That's the ultimate grade. As the woman named Lu said this, another person in the crowd laughed and said, There aren't many energy stones in martial arts universities, and very few people sell them outside. So they're generally not divided into grades. It's normal that you don't know. Fang Ping's expression did not change. He continued to laugh and said, So there's such a saying. I've learned a lot. Senior Sister Lu said that you have a martial arts building built with rank 9 energy stones over there? As Fang Ping said this, he said with a face full of envy, How many rank 9 energy stones would there be? A few thousand caddies, right? The woman named Lu glanced at him. This time, she really had the urge to laugh at him. However, she was a rank 6 martial artist after all, so she did not show it. She smiled faintly and said, A building weighs a few thousand caddies? That was moved back from Mount Royal Sea by a few ancestors. They dug out a few mineral veins. No matter how light it is, it's at least tens of thousands of caddies. So much. Fang Ping's face was full of shock. He was really quite shocked. There was no disguise this time. F***ck, these people were really rich. He used to measure energy stones in grams. Later, he used caddies, thinking that it was very, very impressive. Even grandmasters were not as rich as he was. But now there was a building over there that was built with cultivationating energy stones. In units of 10,000 caddies, he might as well say tons. He had risked his life to dig a few times under the royal city, but he had not dug out many cultivationating energy stones, which were what they called rank 9 energy stones. But now, they had already started to divide the grades. There was really no need for martial arts universities to not divide grades. There were too few of them, so dividing grades was meaningless. The people did not even know how to divide grades. Most people had never seen it before, so what was the point? Fong Ping said enviously, "I really want to go take a look. I wonder if senior sister Lu will let me take a look? It's not far from here. Outsiders are not allowed to enter over there. Besides, you can't go in anyway. A few ancestors have sealed off that place." "I see. I thought I would have the chance to take a look." Seeing Fong Ping's face full of envy and shock, a few people in the crowd smiled. Did he really think they were country bumpkins who had never seen anything good? Energy room vitality pool? Perhaps only you would treat them as treasures. Fong Ping did not seem to give up. He said again, "If that's the case, then I'll bring everyone to visit our reserve warehouse. There's a rank 7 monster carcass there now. We're preparing to use it to forge a divine weapon. This is a rare treasure." Before he finished speaking, Jiang Chao, who was beside him, yawned and said, "Oh, a divine weapon? You mean this?" As he spoke, Jiang Chao kicked his boots casually and shook his head. Before reaching rank 7, a divine weapon can only be used as a normal weapon. It's not very useful. When we went out, each of us brought a divine weapon. This pair of boots is a rank 7 divine weapon, a middle stage rank 7-1 at that. However, it's only slightly better than A-class alloy boots. There's not much of a difference. Fong Ping was shocked. You all have divine weapons." Su Zissa giggled. "Yes, but Fatty Jiang is right. It's not very useful. It's only slightly better than A-class alloy weapons. However, we don't have mentality-vitality fusion, so we can't nourish it." She was still talking, but Fong Ping lowered his head as if looking at Jiang Chao's boots. At this moment, no one realized that Fong Ping's eyes had turned red. F***ck, 10 divine weapons. These 10 fellows in front of him were not humans. They were moving mountains of gold. If he did not strip them naked, would he let them leave MCMAU? That was true. They were only rank 7 monsters. If they met their ancestors, they would not even have time to react and would be shocked to death. It was not difficult for those people to get some divine weapons for their own children and grandchildren. Comparing oneself to others could really anger one to death. Seeing that Fong Ping seemed to be a little disappointed, Li Fei, who was in the crowd, gave the others a look. "Forget it. Let's not hurt this guy." Before this, they had thought that as the top martial arts university student, he would more or less amaze them. Now, it seemed like he was just an ordinary person. Was he shocked by a rank 7 divine weapon? Chapter 457. Fong Ping was silent for a moment as if he had been dealt a blow. Soon, however, Fong Ping smiled and said, "I've embarrassed myself in front of everyone. I thought I was one of the most outstanding people among the younger generation because I was invited by the World Youth Martial Arts Tournament participants for an exchange. However, I wasn't one of them. I was a little jealous of everyone. Only now do I understand that I am ignorant and inexperienced. Today, I understand that there is always a higher mountain. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters, for teaching me a good lesson. This might be an important step on my martial path. Thank you all." Fong Ping's face was sincere. He no longer wore a fake smile. His eyes were clear as he said, "The martial arts journey is exciting. I, Fong Ping, was blinded by a leaf and underestimated the heroes of the world." As soon as these words came out, The few people who were frowning before were relieved. Su Zissa giggled. I see. I knew it. How could a rank 5 martial artist in 2 years be like this? Fang Ping, it's okay. We understand now that you said it. Jiang Chao also laughed. A villain is better than a hypocrite. You're quite interesting. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. I was dealt a blow, but this is good. I'll be more motivated on the martial arts journey in the future. Beside him, the cold Zheng Nanqi also said, You're better than the rumors say. Rumors? Fang Ping chuckled. Senior Zheng, if you don't mind, can you tell me what kind of person I am in the rumors? Zheng Nanqi said lightly, You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Cunning, despicable, and shameless, Fang Ping looked helpless. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Senior Zheng, there's such a rumor? I, Fang Ping, haven't offended many people. Is there a need to slander me like this? Zheng Nanqi did not say much. This was what Zheng Minghong's grandson had told him. Of course, that kid was still someone of the same generation as his nephew. But it was fine to listen. Now it seemed that MCMAU's Fang Ping was not like that. Although he felt uncomfortable before, at least he was honest enough. Fang Ping did not care about this. Although he wanted to kill him with a hammer, he still smiled and said, Then let's not look at these things. Let's go to NMAU to see the scenery. MCMAU's sea view is not bad. We can relax. What do you guys think? Sure. Everyone nodded. They were indeed not interested in the cultivation facilities or whatnot. Looking at the scenery wasn't bad either. Seeing this, Fang Ping took out his phone and made a call. He smiled and said, Clean up the southern area. Don't embarrass MCMAU. MCMAU southern area entrance. Zhang Yu frowned slightly. After a while he said, Is Qin Fengqing suitable? Qin Fengqing asked lazily, What's wrong? Fang Ping doing this, isn't it a little inappropriate? Qin Fengqing sneered, How is it inappropriate? Tell me, did we rob them? Zhang Yu shook his head. Did you steal from them? Zhang Yu shook his head again. That's it. I didn't steal or rob. What's wrong? Qin Fengqing rubbed his big bald head and said indifferently, Do you think he cares about such a small amount of money? Of course, it's their ability to be rich, but we also rely on our ability to make a living. It's not like we're robbing them. Didn't Minister Wang ask us here in MCMAU to give them more opportunities to gain experience? Let me ask you, does the ways of the world count as training? Zhang Yu paused. After a while he said, When did you become so talkative? Nonsense. I've always been talkative. Qin Fengqing said, sounding a little pessimistic. It's just not as good as Fang Ping. This guy's really black-hearted. He insists on playing the good cop and making us play the bad cop. Who knows how many benefits he'll share with us in the end. Zhang Yu also smiled bitterly. I actually hope that the exchange team members are smarter. If they're too stupid, I'm afraid that in the end, they'll still be helping to count the money when they're sold. Then it's none of our business. Qin Fengqing looked indifferent. At this time his phone rang. He picked up the call. Fang Ping's voice came through the phone. Clean up the southern area. Don't embarrass MCMAU. Understood. After hanging up, Qin Fengqing grinned. Especially rich. We can earn a lot. You guys, cut the crap. Remember to cooperate well later. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you if you're sold by Fang Ping. Zhang Yu was helpless. If he had known, he would not have come out of closed-door cultivation. Fine, it was for MCMAU after all. To put it bluntly, it was indeed a waste of good stuff in the hands of these people. If they went to MCMAU, perhaps a lot less people would die and more catacombs martial artists would be killed. Of course, the stuff belonged to them after all. It was also obtained by their fathers' bloody battles. Envy and jealousy could be had, but hatred was unnecessary. We're stronger. It's also for the sake of humanity. Everyone's goal is the same, Zhang Yu comforted himself. Moreover, they were only saying a few words. If the other party really did not take the bait, then there was nothing they could do, right? At the same time, Fang Ping led everyone to the southern area. On the way, Fang Ping glanced at everyone from the corner of his eyes. At least 10 divine weapons. Quite a lot of rank, 9 energy stones. And inner armor? I'm afraid it's made from high-ranked demon beast leather armor. There are quite a lot of energy fruits. F*CK, this fatty is eating them as snacks. Too extravagant. While Fang Ping was still estimating their wealth, Jiang Chao seemed a little bored. He took a few fruits from a small bag and ate them as snacks. Those were energy fruits. Fruits like the 100 honing fruit and divine fruit could all be regarded as energy fruits. Of course, the fruits that Jiang Chao ate were slightly inferior to the 100 honing fruit. They did not have as much energy, but for low-ranked martial artists, they were still extremely precious treasures. They're really rich. Too bad I can't rob them. They have to take the bait. If they don't, the big fat sheep will run away. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. These prodigal sons actually had good temperaments. Perhaps they did not think it was necessary, but they did not bully Fang Ping just because he was an eyesore. They did not take the initiative to bully him. Under normal circumstances, Fang Ping would not pick on them for no reason. But MCMAU was really poor. Lu Fengru was still lacking a divine weapon. She had to think of a way to get one for Tang Feng. It would be best if Old Manly could get one too. That would make 3 divine weapons. Where could he get them? MCMAU instructors going down to the catacombs to kill demon beasts was no laughing matter. Last time, Huang Jing had almost died. Luckily, Jiao was a demon. I'm sorry. We're not trying to bully you. These things might not be of much use to you, and we don't expect you to go into battle to kill the enemy. Just think of it as us borrowing it. When MCMAU gets rich, it won't be too late to return it to you. Their ancestors were all top-notch powerhouses. It was not difficult for them to kill rank 7 demon beasts. Of course, they could not go on a killing spree, or a war would break out. However, in the hands of these fellows, divine weapons were not very useful. They were only slightly stronger than A-class alloy weapons and about the same as random sabers. If they were not rank 7, it would be a waste to use these. If we kill more enemies, you'll be safer too. It's also for your own good. Fang Ping found an excuse for himself in his heart. It was as if he had removed himself from the role of a bandit. Also, it's to give you more experience and lessons. It can be considered as paving the way for your growth. When I think about it this way, I'm very great. Fang Ping convinced himself. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he was great. For the safety of the instructors, for the growth of these people. He was not doing it for himself. Just as Fang Ping was thinking about this, Jiang Chao, who was eating an energy fruit, asked, Fang Ping, is the Magic City catacombs fun? Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. His expression turned slightly cold, but he still smiled and said, It's all right. Fun? The catacombs were not fun. Before this, he had thought that it was inappropriate to rob these fellows for no reason. Now that he had robbed them, so be it. How could the catacombs be fun? In the Magic City catacombs, countless martial artists had died in battle over the years. In MCMAU alone, for grandmasters had died in battle, and thousands of middle-ranked martial artists had died. The 3 lower ranks were not a small number. It was true that these people's ancestors had fought bloody battles, but these fellows treated the catacombs as fun as a joke. That was not fun at all. Perhaps in their eyes the catacombs were indeed like this. It was only a little fun or not, and did not have the sense of danger that other people had. The others did not show any unusual reactions. Indeed, these people did not feel the cruelty and tragedy of the catacombs. They rarely went to the catacombs. Even if they did, they would go to the catacombs that were safer, and there would be people to protect them. They had no choice but to protect them. If these people died in battle, it would not be a small matter. Fang Ping had joked about a one-day trip to the catacombs, but these people really treated it as a one-day trip. That was a completely different feeling. This had nothing to do with one's temperament. It was related to everyone's different experiences and knowledge. It's all right? Fang Ping, do you guys spend more time in the catacombs, or do you spend more time exploring? Exploring. If that's the case, have you been to Imperial Sea Mountain? I heard that Imperial Sea Mountain is a man-made barrier land. It's said that Imperial Sea Mountain is vast and boundless, passing through the 4 major territories of the East, South, West, and West. Is there Imperial Sea Mountain in the Magic City catacombs too? Fang Ping's eyebrows twitched. He smiled and said, yes, other catacombs have them too. The 4 major territories of the East, South, West, and West seem to be divided into many small territories. Senior Jiang, do you know how many small territories there are in total? Jiang Chao said casually, I think there are 108 territories. Susu, is that so? Su Zissa nodded and said, yes, didn't I teach you last time? Fatty Jiang, your memory is really bad. Sino Nation is facing the Southern Territory. There are 27 small territories in the Southern Territory. I'm too lazy to remember these things. I don't really go there anyway. The 2 of them chatted casually. Fang Ping listened quietly. After some thought, he said, there are only 23 entrances in Sino Nation now. Are there 4 entrances that haven't appeared yet? That's not it. Didn't the Southern Territory open 26 entrances? Su Zissou said in surprise, we have 24 here. 2 of them are in countries near Sino Nation. There's only 1 small territory in the Southern Territory that hasn't been opened yet, right? There are 24 of us. Fang Ping's pupils shrank. He was sure that there were only 23 entrances in Sino Nation. There were definitely not 24. When Su Zissa said that, she did not realize what was going on. Zhang Nanqi and Li Fei suddenly coughed softly and scolded, Su, don't talk nonsense. Su Zissa looked displeased. However, she seemed to have thought of something and said embarrassedly, I forgot that I can't tell others about these things. Fang Ping's expression did not change. He smiled and said, I won't ask then. I just feel that I'm really ignorant and inexperienced. Please excuse me. It's okay. We heard it from home. Otherwise, how would we know about these things? As Su Zissa spoke, she could not help but say, when all the territories are open, maybe we won't have the chance to come out again. Susu? Zhang Nanqi growled. Su Zissa mumbled, I know. It's just a little depressing. Fang Ping still did not change his expression. He continued to lead them forward as if he did not hear anything. As they walked, they arrived at the entrance of the southern area. At the entrance, Qin Fingqing's big bald head was especially conspicuous. With his back facing them, he said loudly, Old Zhang, one of the brats from the exchange group coming? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Nanqi and the others' expressions changed. Fang Ping's expression changed too. He looked at everyone apologetically, as if he did not have time to interrupt. Qin Fengqing said loudly again, Have these brats seen blood before? They still want to challenge MCMAU's instructors. Don't get scared and faint at the sight of blood. Don't look at them just because they are rank 6. Any random rank. 4 students from MCMAU can defeat 10 of them. Fang Ping even asked us to entertain them well. Entertain my ass. Fang Ping is also a coward. I already told him not to trouble the instructors. We'll go up there and defeat those brats ourselves. Then everything will be fine. Now we have to call out the instructors who are in closed-door cultivation. Isn't it troublesome? Qin Fengqing, talk less, Zhang Yu said in a low voice. He added, It won't be good if someone hears you. What are you afraid of? I dare to say it in front of them. Only you guys are afraid of trouble. But even if I say it in front of them, those brats will probably be too scared to make a sound. We won't be merciful. Unlike the instructors, we'll just deal with them for a while. We won't really fight them. Behind them, Fong Ping's expression was livid. He smiled apologetically at them again. Then he said furiously, "Qin Feng Qing, are you trying to cause trouble for MCMAU on purpose?" Fong Ping was not the only one whose face was ashen. Jiang Chao and the others all had frighteningly ugly expressions on their faces. Qin Feng Qing did not seem to mind, nor was he surprised by Fong Ping's appearance. He turned his head to glance at the crowd and said perfunctorily, "Oh, you're here. I'm sorry, we were just chatting." "Qin Feng Qing," Fong Ping bellowed, "apologize to the seniors immediately." "You want me to apologize?" Qin Feng Qing seemed to have his tail stepped on, and he said angrily, "Why? Am I not telling the truth?" "What? Is telling the truth against the law?" "Don't look down on them just because they are rank 6. I can fight 1 against 10. Fong Ping, you're afraid of trouble and act like a coward, but I'm not. Will it be a problem for you to fight 10 of them alone? Do these fellows really think that martial arts university instructors have so much free time? Just a few chicks who might be scared to tears at the sight of blood. And yet our tutor purposely came out of seclusion to wait for them to challenge us. Are they playing house?" Fong Ping was so angry that his face turned red. He growled, "Get lost. Get lost right now, do you hear me? TSK, coward. When did you, Fong Ping, become such a coward? You want to be the president of the martial arts club? What a disgrace to MCMAU. It's not like you can't beat them. If you can't beat them, then just admit it. Just these few vitality martial artists and you can't beat them? To be honest, I saw you all from afar. You, Fong Ping, are so arrogant in school. You're not a coward in the catacombs either. But in front of them, you're a coward like a coward. I just can't stand it. Insolence." Fong Ping flew into a rage. His vitality soared to the sky and he roared, "If you don't get lost, I'll expel you." Qin Feng Qing stiffened his neck and did not utter a word. Beside him, Zhang Yu said hurriedly, "President, Qin Feng Qing is just outspoken. He didn't do it on purpose." The words outspoken were more hurtful than Qin Feng Qing's words. At this moment, someone in the exchange group could not stand it anymore. With an ugly expression, he said, "This is Qin Feng Qing, right? It seems like you look down on us, right?" Qin Feng Qing sneered. "So what if I am? It's fine if you don't come to MCMAU. But now that you're here, you actually want to challenge our rank 6 instructors. What a joke. Do you need us rank 6 instructors to deal with trash like you? Do you know how busy our instructors are? They don't have the time to play house with you. And you're so arrogant, only looking for rank 6 instructors to learn from each other. Don't think that I'm just an early stage rank 5. Fighting you guys is not a problem. As for Fong Ping, fighting 10 of us alone shouldn't be too difficult. I'm not as cowardly as Fong Ping." Fong Ping was getting angrier. He was about to attack. Beside him, Li Fei suddenly pressed on Fong Ping's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Fong Ping, wait." Fong Ping said apologetically, "I'm sorry. This guy is the biggest thorn in MCMAU. "I don't know what he did today," Li Fei interrupted. "I don't blame you. I just want to ask Qin Feng Qing, right? I want to know, with student Qin's ability as an early stage rank 5 martial artist, do you really think that you're stronger than us?" Qin Feng Qing sneered and said lightly, "Of course. Looking at you guys, you're probably a newbie. Have you seen blood before? Have you killed anyone before? I'm not talented, but I've been to the catacombs a few times. I wonder how many times student Qin has been there? And how many people have you killed? Why should I tell you? Fong Ping, you've been there 4 times, right?" Fong Ping's expression was ugly. "So what? Although 4 times is a lot, senior brothers and senior sisters might have more times than me. For times." At this moment, even Jiang Chao, who did not care much about this, could not help but curse, "Kid, you're so arrogant. Do you really think we're made of mud and have no temper?" Fong Ping, the #1 martial arts university, had only been to the catacombs 4 times. Everyone was surprised by this news. It was said that martial arts university students often went to the catacombs and had seen a lot of blood. But now Fong Ping had been there 4 times. This big bald guy was weaker than Fong Ping. How many times had he been there? Jiang Chao almost spat in his face. He had been there 5 or 6 times. Before this, he often heard people say that they were useless and could not compare to the martial artists outside. Those martial artists killed people like flies and were full of killing intent. But now, these students who had not been to the catacombs as many times as him were looking down on them. Fong Ping wanted to say something, but stopped. Qin Fengqing continued to provoke. What? You want to compete? Aren't you afraid of going back crying? A rank 6 lost to a rank 5. 1 against 10 of you. That's embarrassing. I heard that you have powerful backgrounds. I don't dare to hurt you. If I do, it'll be troublesome. Sai, forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. Let's go. I can't be bothered with you. Li Fei's eyes were cold. I'm afraid Student Qin will have to answer for this. Are you a martial arts university student for humiliating us for no reason? Humiliating? Qin Fengqing was shocked. You think I'm humiliating you? After saying that, Qin Fengqing suddenly looked at Fong Ping and gritted his teeth. Fong Ping, do you think I'm humiliating them? If you were a real man, tell me, could you fight 10 of them alone? Fong Ping's face was livid. He kept quiet. Say it. Is that all you've got, Fong Ping? You can win, but you have to pretend to be a coward. What's the point? Qin Fengqing was furious. Jiang Chao and the others looked at Fong Ping. Seeing Fong Ping's ugly expression, but his silence, their expressions changed. So, Fong Ping thought so too? In the midst of everyone's silence, Qin Fengqing suddenly curled his lips and said, Forget it. I won't ask any more. It's useless. The instructors are ready anyway. Let's play with them. It's none of our business. Jiang Chao did not want to fight with an MCMAU instructor. He laughed. Baldy, you're so arrogant. Do you want to fight? Qin Fengqing was overjoyed. This fatty was too easy to hook. However, he said disdainfully, I'm not interested. Hee, I thought you had more confidence. Qin Fengqing suddenly frowned. Why? Do you really want to humiliate yourself? As he said that, Qin Fengqing continued, Fighting with you is a waste of my time and my cultivation. Of course, if you're not convinced, you can fight. But I'm a person who won't wake up without benefits. If there are no benefits, it's useless even if I win. How about this? If we're going to fight, I'll add some stakes so you can go home crying and remember. Arrogant. Li Fei and the others were really angry. He was too arrogant at this juncture. On the side, Fong Ping shouted angrily again, Qin Fengqing, are you going to leave or not? If you don't, I'll kill you. You can only bully your own people. Fong Ping, you being the president of the Martial Arts Society is a disgrace to martial arts universities. Trash and embarrassment. How can a coward like you be the top martial arts university student? You're a disgrace to all martial arts universities. Qin Fengqing was not in the mood to put on an act. He was really scolding Fong Ping. He had wanted to scold Fong Ping for a long time. Usually, he was afraid of getting beaten up. Now that Fong Ping wanted to put on an act, he was cooperating. Trash. If you don't dare to stand up for martial arts universities and prove the strength of martial arts university students, then I'll do it. Our martial arts university instructors have been through hundreds of battles in the catacombs. We don't have time to play games with these people. Do you think you're worthy to be a martial arts university student? Qin Fengqing. Fong Ping was furious. Li Fei held him down again and looked at Qin Fengqing coldly. Are you sure you want to challenge us? Fong Ping, they're the ones looking for trouble. I'm not afraid of them. Challenge me then. I'm just afraid that you don't dare. What a joke. Another person in the exchange group said, We didn't want to look for you guys at first, But if you insist on asking for trouble, then don't blame us for being rude." Qin Fengqing sneered. "I'd like to see who's rude to whom, but I'll say this first. I won't do anything without a prize." Having said that, Qin Fengqing glanced at everyone, sizing them up. He glanced at Fang Ping from the corner of his eyes and saw him make a gesture. His heart skipped a beat, but he immediately said, "It's not fun if there's no prize. How about 50 billion? 3 out of 5. 5 from martial arts universities. 5 from you guys. Do you dare? 50 billion. Zhang, you was about to break down." Qin Fengqing was crazy. Chapter 458. Without waiting for the others to respond, Fang Ping said coldly, "I won't stop you if you want to die, but a bet of 50 billion is not allowed. Besides, do you even have that much money?" Qin Fengqing sneered. "How do you know I don't? Do you think everyone is as poor as you, hesitating to take out 50 billion? Speaking of which, your entire fortune is probably only 50 billion, right?" As he said that, Qin Fengqing chuckled. "We're not poor like you. Ask these guys over there if 50 billion is money." Fang Ping's face turned red with anger again. He gritted his teeth. "Yes, I'm poor. But even if I'm poor, how much better off are you? Even if you can take out 50 billion, if you lose, you'll probably have to pawn your pants." Their conversation made Zhang Yu's heart feel like it was about to burst. Could the two of them not be like this? Beside them, Li Fei and the others frowned slightly. Were they serious? 50 billion, they were not isolated from the world. 50 billion was not a small number. They were just inexperienced, but that did not mean they did not know the price. It was actually very difficult to estimate the value of a rank 7 divine weapon. Under normal circumstances, at this stage, money would not be used to estimate it. If money was really needed, the economy would have collapsed long ago. At the high rank stage, if powerhouses had the need, they might barter for it. Rank 7 divine weapons were also divided into high and low. If the price were to be converted into money, it would be between 10 billion and 15 billion. 50 billion was about 4 middle stage rank 7 divine weapons. Early stage about 5. Everyone looked at Qin Fengqing suspiciously. Qin Fengqing looked indifferent. He took out 100 honing fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. Fang Ping's heart ached. "Are you crazy? I only said to prove my wealth when it's necessary. I asked you to drop it on purpose, not eat it. Do you know that I don't have many left?" Fang Ping's heart ached. Jiang Chao looked at the energy fruit in his hand and suddenly felt inferior. Su Zixu was surprised too. She murmured, "100 honing fruit?" Qin Fengqing looked indifferent. He said casually, "What's wrong? I'm talking so much nonsense. Why do you care if I eat a fruit when I'm thirsty?" Everyone was speechless. Before this, a few of them had looked down on these martial arts university students. But now, the few of them looked at one another, not knowing what to say. What a joke! 50 billion. Li Fei furrowed his brows slightly and looked at Zheng Nanqi. Zheng Nanqi was still as cold as ever. He said faintly, "Are you sure you want to give us money? Besides, we don't lack money." Qin Fengqing said in surprise, 50 billion is just a proxy. If you don't want money, then you can use source stones. I still have a few hundred kilograms of cultivation-aiding energy stones," Fang Ping explained. "It's rank 9 energy stones." "A few hundred pounds." Li Fei and the rest were shocked again. Didn't they say that the martial artists in the outside world were very poor? Didn't they say that it was difficult for everyone to cultivate? A few hundred kilograms of grade 9 energy stones. Yes, they also had a lot of them, but they didn't belong to them alone. They were used by many people to cultivate together. It was not their private property. Their personal property was really not that much. But now a rank 5 martial artist was actually richer than them. If they were doubtful before, now they were convinced. The 100 honing fruit was a rare item even when they were rank 4 and 5. Now the other party was eating it as a snack. This guy said he had 50 billion, and everyone believed him. They looked at one another again. Jiang Chao was jumping with joy. He grinned and said, "Baldy, do you really want to bet 50 billion with us? You're just an early stage rank, 5. If you lose and you cry, we won't return it to you." Qin Fengqing sneered. 50 billion and I'll cry? Besides, will I lose? Oh right, do you have money? If you don't waste my time. Let our instructor play with you. It'll be a fake competition. It'll only take a minute or two. Someone in the crowd said coldly, "We don't have cash, but cultivation resources worth 50 billion are nothing. I'm just afraid you won't dare to come." Jiang Chao said happily, "Baldy, are there many energy fruits like the 100 honing fruit? I don't want money, and I don't want energy stones either. I want energy fruits. I still lack a monster carcass to collect. Doesn't MCMAU have a monster carcass? Can you get your hands on this thing?" Qin Fengqing grinned. "It's a small matter. In MCMAU, you can exchange anything with money. If I want exchange, it's not a problem. As long as the price is within a reasonable range. Energy fruits, energy stones, monster carcasses, and life essence are all small matters." Life essence? This time, even Li Fei and the others were shocked. Li Fei asked in a low voice, "You have life essence?" Even for them, they did not have many of these things. They did have some, but it was very little. Life essence was one of the best treasures for rank 6 and high-ranked cultivators. Qin Fengqing saw that they were tempted. He said lightly, "A little, not much, a few tens of grams." Although it did not sound like much, they were still tempted. Zhang Nanqi said in a low voice, "I want life essence." "No problem." Qin Fengqing asked, "What about you guys?" As he spoke, he hinted at Jiang Chao's boots with his eyes. Qin Fengqing understood immediately. It was good stuff. He looked at Jiang Chao and said, "Fatty, I want your boots." "This won't do." Jiang Chao rejected immediately. "This is a divine weapon. We rank 7 martial artists need it. Divine weapon." Qin Fengqing roared in his heart. F***CK. No wonder Fang Ping wanted this. Fang Ping, who was beside him, gestured again and knocked his head 5 times with his mentality. 5 divine weapons. Qin Fengqing was exceptionally clear-headed at this time. He said loudly, 5 divine weapons. If you want it, then do it. If you don't, then forget it. I'm not interested in ordinary things. You guys know that I don't lack those energy fruits, energy stones, and the like. The other things are useless to me. Divine weapons are not bad. I can keep them. Are you going to bet? If not, don't waste my time. Get lost. Seeing that Zhang Nanqi and the others were silent, Fang Ping shouted, "Qin Fengqing, you're too much. Divine weapons are treasures everywhere. Do you think you can use 5 divine weapons alone?" As he said that, Fang Ping suddenly froze. He looked at the others apologetically and said awkwardly, "Seniors, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean it that way." Was he not clearly saying that they were going to lose? At this moment, the few of them looked even more upset. Fang Ping's unintentional words further confirmed what Big Baldy had said earlier. These martial arts university students looked down on them. A rank 5 martial artist did not take these rank SXS seriously at all. These people were not very old. Even Jiang Chao, who did not seem to care much about these things, looked displeased. He said, "Fang Ping, do you think we'll lose to him?" Fang Ping said awkwardly, "Senior Jiang, please don't misunderstand. If Qin Fengqing really wants to challenge you, as a martial arts university student, I have to participate in the challenge. I'm not planning to spar with you guys," Li Fei frowned. "If that's the case, Junior Fang, you think you'll definitely win?" "I didn't mean that." Please don't misunderstand. Fang Ping was even more embarrassed now. He said helplessly, "We're all on the same side. We're fighting for humanity together." Li Fei said lightly, "We're just sparring, not fighting to the death." Don't overdo it. Don't worry, we won't hurt. Junior Qin. Qin Fengqing sneered, but did not speak. The more he did not speak, the more he looked down on them. Zhang Nanqi and Li Fei, the two upper stage rank 6, were the leaders of the group. They looked at each other. Li Fei said again, Junior Qin, are you sure you want to compete? You talk too much. It's just a small competition, and it's just sparring. Why make it sound like a big battle? You said it's best of 5. What's the rule? Qin Fengqing laughed. 5 against 5. Of course, if you don't like this, then we'll follow the Martial Arts University Championships format. Both sides will send their own people to fight. The winner will continue, and the loser will step down. It's simple. It's up to you. We don't care. Li Fei and Zhang Nanqi looked at each other. 3 out of 5. There would be too many accidents. The powerhouses could only win 1 round at most. However, the powerhouses would play a big role in the arena. He and Zhang Nanqi were upper stage rank 6. If one of them went up, they would probably be able to defeat 5 of them by themselves. Was this Baldy giving them money? Divine weapons were hard to come by. Even they did not have one just because they wanted one. The divine weapons they had to be at least rank 7. If they could win the competition without losing, they would get so many things for free. They could even teach these guys a lesson. Thinking of this, Li Fei looked at the others and said, All right, if you insist on giving us money, we won't refuse. When is the competition? How about tomorrow morning? Qin Fengqing laughed. Oh, right. What about the competition format? According to your championship format. All right. If you lose, remember to leave 5 divine weapons. No, I don't know you. We have to sign a contract and let the grandmasters bear witness, lest you go back on your word. Jiang Chao sneered. That's good too. I was afraid that you would go back on your word. After both sides had agreed, Fong Ping smiled bitterly. This. How am I going to explain this to Minister Wang? How am I going to explain this to Dean Li? Senior Apprentice Brother Li, Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang. Qin Fengqing is an idiot. I apologize on his behalf. I think this competition should be cancelled. Li Fei smiled and said, Junior Brother Fong, there's no harm in sparring. It's more interesting to add some stakes. Of course, if we really want to spar, we won't go easy on you. Don't worry, we'll try our best to hold back. This, Jiang Chao said impatiently. Fong Ping, it's Baldy's money anyway. What are you worried about? Senior Jiang, I didn't mean it that way. But you're so fussy. You're not doing it right. Jiang Chao was not impressed. He looked at Qin Fengqing and said, Baldy, if you want to bet, go find the grandmasters and sign the contract now. Do you dare? Whoever doesn't dare is a coward. Both of them said harsh words. Fong Ping saw that they were walking toward Minister Wang and the others. He smiled bitterly and said, This is a mess. Sigh, seniorly. Why did you guys bet with an idiot like him? Li Fei followed them and smiled faintly. It's just for fun. Don't worry, Junior Fong. Fine. Since you guys insist, I won't say anything. Fong Ping shook his head. There was nothing he could do if they insisted. Zhang Yu, who was beside him, did not say anything. These guys really agreed. Not only did they agree, but they also insisted. Fong Ping could not stop them. Yes, he could not stop them. MCMAU's guest hall. Li Changsheng and the others were still talking and laughing. After a while, Fong Ping suddenly ran in and said with a bitter smile, Minister Wang, President Liu, the seniors insisted on sparring with the martial arts students. They even made a bet. What should we do about this? When he said that, Li Changsheng and the others' expressions changed instantly. They all looked at Fong Ping. Old man, Li was speechless. Mother ***, are you kidding me? What should we do? Are you sure you didn't do it yourself? Old man, Li was sure that it was Fong Ping. Minister Wang was a little doubtful. President Liu frowned slightly and said, Nonsense. He was not talking about Fong Ping. He was talking about those rich second generations. You're all rank 6 martial artists. You want to challenge martial arts university students? Don't you have any shame? Minister Wang frowned too. Soon the others came in. Jiang Chao said as soon as he entered. Minister Wang, President Liu, I have something to trouble you, to be our witness. President Liu frowned. Jiang Chao, is it about the martial arts university students? Oh, Feng Ping said it. I won't repeat it. It's just a contract. Please be our witness. Having said that, Jiang Chao took the contract that Qin Fengqing had just written quickly and passed it to Minister Wang. Minister Wang frowned and glanced at it. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. These kids, they bet so much? Beside him, the other grandmasters also glanced at it with their mentality. When he saw the 5 divine weapons, Old Man Li's eyes suddenly lit up. He shouted, Qin Fengqing, who allowed you to spar with the members of the exchange team. If you hurt cough cough, if you hurt the harmony, it won't be good. Minister Wang looked at Li Chongsheng suspiciously. Why do you sound like you're provoking these guys? As expected, although Old Man Li did not say everything, Jiang Chao and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. If they hurt us, are we really that useless? In other words, the whole of MCMAU did not take us seriously at all. They really thought that they were messing with us. Li Fei and the others were proud and arrogant. They thought that even if they went up against MCMAU's rank 6 instructors, they would still have a chance of winning. Now that the instructors were not going to fight, the students were older and stronger. If they did not even have this bit of confidence, what was the point of practicing martial arts? They might as well be normal people, and they were prepared to enter the restricted area. They might as well commit suicide. As soon as Old Man Li's voice fell, Zhang Nanqi instantly said with a straight face, Dean Li, the spar is voluntary. Although you're MCMAU's dean, the spar between martial artists should be voluntary. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Even if you don't allow it today, we can also not spar in MCMAU. It's the same when we go out. Sigh, why bother? Old Man Li sighed and shook his head. Fine. Since you insist, then so be it. Dean Li, Minister Wang coughed softly. You guys are too black-hearted. 5 divine weapons. Although he also felt that these kids were tycoons, it should be enough to blackmail 1 divine weapon, right? 5 in one go. No. Minister Wang suddenly realized. How can I be so sure that MCMA will win? No matter how weak these kids are, there are still 2 upper stage rank 6. Also, according to what they said this time, 5 people will fight. 3 of them are middle stage, and 2 of them are upper stage. This kind of ability is extremely strong. But why is he so sure that MCMAU can cheat away 5 divine weapons? Thinking was just thinking. He himself had thought about this before. However, at this time, Minister Wang still said with a straight face, Zhang Nanqi, have you guys really thought it through? 5 divine weapons. If you really lose, you won't be able to take them back. Of course, MCMAU. Qin Fengqing said dryly, MCMAU. Minister Wang's pupils contracted slightly. These kids were working together to set a trap. Taking a deep breath, Minister Wang continued, if MCMAU loses, then you guys must also take out these 50 billion worth of resources. This is not a joke. If you really want us to be witnesses, once the results are out, the Education Ministry, the Martial Arts Association, and MCMAU will all be the witnesses. Have you guys really thought it through? Qin Fengqing was addicted to acting. He said casually, it's only 50 billion. It's a small amount. It's fine. Who can renege on a debt after losing? Right, Feng Ping? Feng Ping said without batting an eyelid, it's not my money. How would I know you? Qin Fengqing's expression changed. What did he mean? If we really lose, you'll sell me out? Qin Fengqing had already said it was a small amount of money. Jiang Chao felt that he could not be looked down upon by this baldy. He said immediately, it's only 5 divine weapons. There are 10 of us. Can't we afford this price? Moreover, some people insist on giving us money. When the time comes, Minister Wang can help supervise them. Just don't let them renege on the debt. That won't happen. Martial arts wagers are allowed in the first place, unless it's in the catacombs. Otherwise, it will be carried out. Minister Wang was not siding with anyone. Just like the last time Fang Ping went to the sect to challenge, the other party had asked him to leave behind his weapons if he lost. This was the rule. The martial arts world had its own rules too. That's good. Jiang Chao laughed. He looked at Qin Fengqing and said, Baldy, if we lose this time, I'm afraid you'll have to sell your pants. You talk big, but 50 billion is probably all you have, right? Qin Fengqing's expression changed. He let out a humph. You really think too highly of me. 50 billion? I don't even have 50 cents. I still have 2 billion in debt. But these guys were really rich. They took out 5 divine weapons just like that. Could it be that Fang Ping said 500 billion earlier? Thinking of this, Qin Fengqing could not help but glance at Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not look at him. He had indeed said 50 billion. Although he really wanted to strip these guys naked, if he really did that, it would be troublesome. Now, 10 of them, after splitting it evenly, it would only be 5 billion per person. It should not be a problem for one person to lose half a divine weapon, right? Our abilities are weaker than theirs. If we win so little, their elders won't have the face to ask for it back, right? Fang Ping thought about this in his heart, but his face showed a hint of struggle. He sighed softly and said, If that's the case, Senior Li, Senior Zhang, Qin Fengqing is a member of MCMAU after all. I'm afraid I have to fight. Li Fei smiled faintly. Junior Fang, you don't have to do this. I also want to see the prowess of the martial arts university's #1 student. I hope Junior Fang won't let us down. Fang Ping smiled bitterly again. He said helplessly, I hope everyone won't hurt our friendship. Sparring is sparring, but we'll still be friends afterward. Also, regarding this matter, Qin Fengqing, as Fang Ping said that, he looked at Qin Fengqing and scolded. No matter what, you have to apologize to your seniors. I'm a student of MCMAU. I can still bear this little bit of responsibility. Qin Fengqing looked indignant. After hesitating for a while, he still opened his mouth and said, All right, I'll apologize for what I said before. I'm sorry. But if they lose, Jiang Chao curled his lips and said, If we lose, then we'll admit that we're trash, okay? Qin Fengqing nodded and said, That's fine. After saying that, Qin Fengqing said again, Tomorrow at 8:00 in the morning, MCMAU's first field. Each side will send 5 people. You can send whoever you want. On our side, I guarantee that they're all current students. We won't cheat, and we won't be older than you. Don't worry, we martial arts university students can win and lose. Us too. Jiang Chao humphed and said, If you think that our ranks are higher than yours, then we'll let Susu and the others go. Cough, cough. Zhang Nanqi coughed softly. They should not be careless. Early stage rank 6 was not much stronger than a peak rank 5 because their Sanjiao gate was not sealed at all. To be on the safe side, it was better for the 5 of them to go. If they were careless and lost 5 divine weapons, they would be in trouble when they returned. Actually, Qin Fengqing could not wait for the 5 early stage rank 6 on their side to go. However, after thinking about it, he was just a bystander, so he said, heroically, no need. Whoever is the strongest will go. For geniuses like us, the rank barrier doesn't exist. Good. Straightforward. Jiang Chao laughed and said, Baldy, I didn't like you before, but now you're much more pleasing to the eye. Later on, you'll have to use your lost pants. Don't worry, I'll leave a pair of pants for you to wear. Qin Fengqing curled his lips and said, Later on, when you lose, I won't hold back anymore. I've taken a liking to your pair of boots. Fang Ping suddenly glared at him fiercely. Boots made of fur. Divine weapon boots. They're for running. We can't use them. They're prepared for the instructors, but it doesn't seem bad to let the instructors run. Both sides signed the agreement very quickly. The Grandmasters did not sign, but with the Grandmasters as witnesses, there was no need to do so. Looking at Jiang Chao's group of people beaming with joy, Qin Fengqing's arrogance rose. Minister Wang sighed suddenly. Who was the one who tricked who? At the moment, it seemed that Jiang Chao's side was very powerful. If word got out, people would probably think that Jiang Chao and the others were bullying others and forcing Qin Fengqing and the others. But what was the actual situation? Minister Wang's gaze swept over Fang Ping and the others, then looked at the joyful Li Changsheng. It was obvious that MCMAU had tricked them. But even if they knew it was a trap, Jiang Chao and the others had lost, and they had lost face. It was okay to lose to rank 6 instructors. The instructors were old and had more experience. Losing to a few students who were younger and weaker than them, he was worried that these young people would not be able to take such a blow. The key was 5 divine weapons. He was tempted too. This was not a matter of money. Monster beasts and monster plants were not that easy to kill, not to mention 5 of them at once. If MCMAU really wins, it'll be scary. If Lu Fengru and the others each have a divine weapon, I'm afraid the ranking list will be rewritten. As for Jiang Chao and the other brats, whether they would be beaten to death when they returned, Minister Wang could not do anything about it. Losing half a divine weapon was not to the extent of being beaten to death, but to be so useless those seniors at Mount Imperial C would probably vomit blood in anger.